Alrighty, welcome everybody back to another live stream. Welcome to part 2 of our coverage today here on April 23rd, 2026. Glad to see you guys here back in chat. Let's go ahead and dive right on into this. We've got plenty of tornado warnings to go over here that we have active across the central United States. We are up to 4 tornado warnings now, all the way from central Kansas all the way up into northern Iowa. We were, for just a moment there, up to 5, pushing 6 tornado warnings, but one was canceled there before we actually got to our 6th tornado warnings active. We've got a random tornado warning up here in far northern Iowa, right on the border of Iowa and Minnesota, across portions of Bancroft. So be in your safe spot if you're in Bancroft there in north central Iowa. Be in your safe spot. Tornado warning there. We also have a line of 60-mile-an-hour winds with the potential for a spin-up QLCS tornado along that line over the next hour or so as it pushes east into central Iowa. We may see a new tornado watch, or we may see a severe watch issued for Des Moines, Iowa here in about an hour or so. We'll have to see which one they go for. And we also have a tornado warning out here in extreme southwestern Iowa for Hamburg. We may see an extension of that further up into portions of southwestern Iowa as this continues to push off to the northeast, so be mindful of that. We'll probably see a new warning there. Plenty of stuff down here. Funnel cloud reported, wall cloud reported, tornado reported. You got my interest on that one. No extra details, just tornado reported way down here. Not sure how much I trust that one, honestly. Might be in the wrong location. Not sure how much I trust that one. That one's pretty well away from our storms. But yeah, we have QLCS tornado potential already happening out here in Manhattan. So make sure you guys, if you're in Manhattan, stay away from doors and windows. But if you're just south of Manhattan here in central Kansas, be in your safe spot as we've got those tornado warnings active for y'all out there. Just barely west of Newbury in central Kansas. So plenty of activity starting to spark up here. This is a fire warning down here, by the way. That is already gave me a heart attack on my software. They recently issued that there, and I saw it. I was like, is that a tornado warning in Texas? Nope, it's a fire warning. So just be mindful if you see a random pink polygon outside of the tornado watch, it's probably a tornado warning. The tornado warnings are red and pink. They flash red and pink on my particular program here. So yeah, glad to see you guys all back in chat. Welcome Brooklyn, Caleb, Jake, Cactus, few of you guys here who weren't in the first live stream. Welcome to the second live stream. For those who didn't know, we went live earlier today, closer to what was it? Closer to, I want to say about 2 o'clock, right? 1:45, 2 o'clock. believe it was about 1:45 we went live, and then we ended stream closer to 4:45, and now we're back. So yeah, between now and then we've had just a handful of tornado warnings. This storm got tornadic in southeastern Nebraska and almost potentially produced a tornado. We're not too sure if it did or didn't. From chasers, I didn't see anything notable, but it very easily could have produced a brief tornado here at some point near Brock about roughly 40 minutes ago. That was the only storm of concern whilst I was gone. We also had a destructive severe with that, but outside of that one little corridor, we didn't really have much more happening until about 10 minutes ago when these storms started popping off in here. And then we also had about 15-ish minutes ago a random observed warning here on this line reported by law enforcement. So just a few little things. Nothing major. Like I said, just one or two brief spin-up tornadoes. Nothing too over the top for what we missed here. We have storms starting to go up across southern Oklahoma, northern Texas. I spotted those before I actually spotted these back up here in Oklahoma. These have been tiny little updrafts for a little bit on satellite imagery underneath a higher level of cloud cover. So these have been going for a little while, but not really intensifying. But we do think that these are going to intensify here within the next hour or two and potentially produce tornadoes and up to 3.5-inch hail. These storms have fired thankfully clustered, which a few of our WOFUS runs hinted towards. So we'll need to keep an eye on that, see how these storms progress over the next hour or so. Remember, the environment right now ahead of the dry line is not that favorable for tornadoes, but once we get towards about 7:30, 8 o'clock Eastern time here in about roughly an hour, we're going to be seeing a much more notable threat for tornadoes across Kansas and Oklahoma. These storms here, main threat across this area is going to be the tail end Charlie. Tail end Charlie there is going to be the best threat for all hazards, as well as maybe a risk for a tornado or two if these QLCS areas can continue. But you can see they just canceled that tornado warning because it's no longer rotating. So brief QLCS tornado possible here. Otherwise, the main hazards will be focused on the far southern side of this line. In an isolated tornado, small hail, and 70-mile-an-hour winds will be the main hazards here. That southern storm is what we're going to have to watch for the greatest tornado and hail threat. A bunch of you guys talking about the 18Z GFS over here. Let's pull it up to prove some wrong. Let's go ahead and pull this on all the way out to Monday, the day that we're all watching the most. You could see a little bit of a change here between the 18Z and the 12Z GFS. What is it? The 18Z is faster with the trough ejection here, meaning that you actually have a favorable environment quite considerably earlier here. You can see your favorable environment on the old 12Z run didn't really push in here until 12Z, 15Z. Whereas the 18Z has a favorable environment really never stopping. Once your environment ends up being favorable at 8 o'clock on Monday, it continues to get more and more favorable throughout the overnight hours, which means a very favorable environment for a conditional all hazards threat across Kansas and Oklahoma Sunday night into Monday morning. But that may affect how Monday ends up performing on this model run. You can see big difference between the 12Z, 18Z. The entire southwest belt of the trough has completely changed direction. You can see it went from back there in the northern panhandle of Texas with that belt of flow, and then the 18Z changed to the belt of flow in Oklahoma. So significantly different here compared to the 12Z GFS and 18Z GFS. This is the GEFS. You can see the GEFS didn't change that much and actually uptrended quite considerably. So despite chat's opinion, this is actually a pretty notable uptrend on GEFS. You can see a much larger vicinity under the gun for severe weather, little northern trend, and even adding in some red supercell composite on the ensembles here. So that is actually a quite notable uptrend. Instability looks to have pushed further to the east, which is to be as expected as your trough has changed. That is a confirmed tornado warning. That is going to be in southwestern Iowa, where we have a tornado warning now, a confirmed tornado warning out here for southwestern Iowa. So please be in your safe spot. Tornado is on the ground in southwestern Iowa, reported by emergency management. Make sure you're in your safe spot. But either way, this is a very notable event. This is a very, very significant event on Monday. Even if you do want to just push it invalid, as Catman just said, this is still a risk that is worthy of a moderate risk. And potentially even higher, because you definitely get some notable prefrontals here going into eastern Missouri, central Arkansas, which is why, by the way, Cactus, because I saw you saying that, oh, the big chunk of Cape's gone in eastern Arkansas. Yeah, no duh, there's prefrontals taking up the environment. So yeah, it's not a downtrend. There's actually prefrontals ahead of the main cold front there. So you actually get 2 rounds of supercells with this particular run. So definitely by no means a downtrend. Maybe if you nitpick a few things, you can find a little bit of downtrends. For instance, instability in northwest Missouri. Yeah, sure, it downtrended because it actually went ahead and pushed further to the east with that trough. So don't just look at instability, be like, oh no, instability dropped by 100 joules. It's a bust when we're 4 days out. No, your trough changed dynamic, your trough sped up slightly. That's going to change your environment, but still results in a moderate risk. Most likely would result in a moderate risk for severe weather if this actually came to fruition. So, unfortunately, I don't see any really big downtrend there. And something else I would like to point out is the 12Z GFS is actually considered at this point a little bit of an outlier here, because you could see how the 06Z and the 18Z, we just started that west trend a little bit. The 12Z was kind of an outlier with such a significant and volatile environment. At least in this particular batch of runs, we never really had that insane volatile environment until the 12Z run, when it came in with its 12, 13 supercell composite across some of these areas. So really the 12Z was a little bit of an outlier with how far north it had that volatile environment being. So we'll have to see if the 00Z, what that shows, and then we'll be able to tell if the 12Z or the 18Z was the outlier, depending on what the 00Z says. Because right now, if you look at the 00Z, 06Z, and then the 18Z, you could just see that west trend, and then the 12Z kind of looks like that outlier. So we'll have to see. The only way to know that is to get another run, which will be tonight into tomorrow morning. But don't get too focused on the deterministic global runs. Be more focused on the ensembles. But it is important to still look at your deterministics. But what I just showed right there, look at the trends of your deterministics. Don't go looking at, oh, this area has less instability. This area has more. On this model run, it has 50 more joules per kilogram. This model run, it has 50 less joules per kilogram. Look at the pattern. Look at the dew points. Your biggest friend is going to be the dew points mixed with the 500 millibar. Those are your 2 biggest friends when it comes to global models. And then compare how that looks to the previous 2 to 3 runs, like we just did with that 500 millibar wind speeds. These storms, again, in southern Kansas into north central Oklahoma, they're really going to start cranking here once we get to 7:30 Eastern, as that wind shear increases from roughly 100 to 150, maybe even pushing 200 in the 0 to 1 kilometer range. And then by the time we get to 8 o'clock, we should be at 200 plus 0 to 1 kilometer SRH. Take a look at the 0 or 21Z HRRR here. Take a look at 0 to 1. So this is for 6 o'clock. You can see we're at really widespread 50 to 100 right now, roughly. 7 o'clock, we go to roughly widespread 100 to 200 and even little spots of 250, depending on storm initiation. And then 00Z, 8 p.m. is when it really begins to get a little bit crazy here. Widespread 200, 0 to 1 kilometer SRH there on the HRRR. So I think that's going to be our biggest thing, is waiting until 7 or 8 o'clock Eastern for that 0 to 1 kilometer SRH to really pop up. Use mesoanalysis. Oh, yes, sir. Let's go look at mesoanalysis. Catman, it's the same, buddy. 50 to 100. Even if we look at that 2 hours, 200 to 250. It's the same thing. The location may be a little bit different, but it's still the same thing, dude. And by the way, mesoanalysis is based on a model run. It's based off the RAP model. So it's not like you're using observations for something that's 2 hours in advance, you know? The mesoanalysis 2 hours in advance is based off the RAP. It's based off a model, buddy. You know what the RAP is also very close to correlating with? The HRRR. Hate to tell you, but the HRRR and RAP are almost always on the same page. They are very, very close to each other. They're based off the same stuff, just a few little tweaks between the runs, in between both the models. And of course, the RAP is more accurate, and that's why they use it for surface analysis. But in terms of the future, you know, really, really both the HRRR and the RAP, you could use either one. There shouldn't be a big difference between the two. Like there's not a huge difference between the two. Like I said, the location of the greatest shear is a little bit different, but you're still looking at really the same thing. You're still looking at really the same setup. Because again, both models are based on each other. There's just a few little tweaks between them. I don't know if the NAM is close to the HRRR, but I know for a fact the RAP and the HRRR are very similar. Differences resolution. Yeah, I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the RAP is a little bit less resolution, especially when it comes to reflectivity, obviously. But it's best to not use reflectivity for forecasting. We know that. What you want to do is look at the environment and then look at the reflectivity. But like I said, you know, I'm always going to be one who looks at reflectivity. But that's how a lot of people were able to spot that Dryline was going to fire in Kansas, is because not everybody just looks at the HRRR, looks at reflectivity, and then says, yep, it's a bust. Nothing's going to fire on the Dryline. Some people can actually look at the overall pattern that you're in, and you kind of figure out what's the chance of storms initiating on the Dryline. And you know, that's what the SPC was doing as well, which is why we have a 10 sig in northern Oklahoma and a 5 sig even into central Oklahoma. Sunday has downtrended, but that's only because Monday has uptrended. Don't get too focused on that. The location will be different, but just note, you know, if Sunday ends up being this huge severe weather event, there's a good chance that something changed with Monday. And if Sunday ends up doing little to nothing, then Monday's going to be most likely pretty big. Because it comes down to the timing of the trough. So if the trough is faster, that's going to mean Sunday's going to be a bigger severe weather threat. And Monday might be a little bit mistimed. Whereas if your trough is slower, Sunday might not do much at all. And since your trough is slower, it's better timed, like the 12Z GFS, better timed with peak heating for Monday. They all got lucky. Nope, there's a pretty select few that I saw on Twitter that used pattern recognition this morning to predict that most likely cam models were utter garbage and just simply under-convecting the Dryline. Think I'll get in a watch later. What happened to all of our tornado warnings, by the way? I freaking went live. Like, we had 5, almost borderline 6 tornado warnings went live, and now we got 1. The TRG reverse effect is real. I guess I should have waited maybe a little longer. For your area, hard to say. Hard to say. The biggest threat is QLCS tornado potential, that's for sure. QLCS tornado potential is pretty dang high. If we're talking about tornado potential, it's most definitely not going to be discrete supercells. We're looking at a QLCS line moving through. So I think tornadoes is going to be probably one of your main hazards. I'd say damaging winds is number 1. Tornadoes is your second biggest hazards. And then hail is your least concern. So prepare for 60 mile an hour winds, 60, 70 mile an hour winds. And then maybe a brief spin up tornado or two. I wouldn't rule out a brief strong tornado tonight near or to the west. Really anywhere across this area, Oklahoma. Wouldn't rule out a strong tornado late tonight. But tornadoes are going to be neck and neck with damaging winds trying to contribute to the biggest threat. It just depends. Just depends. We'll have to see. But yeah, tornadoes and damaging winds both are going to be a problem for sure. Let's see. Oh, 2.5-inch hail on this storm here for Wellington, southern Kansas. Make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, close to your safe spot, because that's very significant hail. Not destructive, but it is significant. Tornado still reported on the ground via emergency management out here in southwestern Iowa. Just be in your safe spot, as that's likely producing a tornado. Oh, yeah, by the way, Brooklyn, timing is tonight. I don't know if I told you timing, but roughly probably looking at about midnight. So have fun. Good luck getting sleep. It's going to be like that other day where there was a tornado near Catman and a tornado warning for you very late. I highly doubt Trey said tail end Charlies are not favorable for tornadoes. Getting ahead of yourself there. Outflow from northern storms. Yeah, that can be something, but Taylor and Charlie's are quite often quite favorable. That's what we watch quite often. Yeah, you should get in a watch. I'd imagine we'd see a low-end watch for Tulsa and surrounding areas later tonight. Quite later tonight. Let's go check Wophus. Go see what Wophus has. April 23rd. Oh, new Wophus is coming in right now. I can tell you every single Wophus run that literally just started rendering, they're all wrong. Every single one of them doesn't have this storm as strong as it actually is. I don't know about tonight's tornado potential. I know we're looking at storms firing off the Dryline up here across Kansas and Oklahoma. That's to be expected. That's where we have our 10 sig at. Yeah, that's to be expected. We expected storms to initiate up here. The question is further south, which these storms, like I said, they haven't been doing too well. I've been watching them for a while, and they keep getting choked off by just not an S tier environment, and the fact that there's not a lot of forcing. Probably forcing is going to be the number one thing. I could tell you this. I have to watch to see when that dry line starts to retreat. If we don't get storms to fire between 7 and 8 out in this area, we probably won't get storms. Because that dry line's going to be getting close to retreating by now. It's supposed to retreat between 7 and 8. And at 9 o'clock, that's when we shouldn't see any more storm initiation in southern Oklahoma. If we even do, you can see the new HRRR says no more initiation in southern Oklahoma. It has a little chance here at 9 o'clock, but it doesn't do anything. Let me go back up to this radar. Pull another radar open for that new tornado warning. Why did it bring me up here? I want this radar site, though. Huh. Definitely a very embedded storm. I have to give it another scan, but this very easily could be producing a tornado very, very, very soon as it goes into McFarland and Alma. Very embedded supercell. There's a little bit of convection in the inflow notch, and that's what's making me more uncertain about this storm's full potential here. So we'll have to see what that ends up doing. But definitely worth the tornado warning. There's the next scan. That could be down. That very easily could be on the ground right there. Might have a tornado on the ground. And look at Cactus saying, and it's gone. That's hilarious. That's funny. That's fun. And it's gone. Okay. You must be looking at a different radar scan. I love it. Velocity broadened. It wasn't very tight to begin with. This isn't tight rotation. It's broad. The last scan was broad too. You can't tell me this is tight rotation. Ain't no way you go and try to argue that's tight rotation because you've got what 50 on 6, 50 on 3. That's not tight rotation. And now you could see how the reds increased a lot. Because those reds increased, that is, well, self-explanatory, an increased area of rotation. Embedded just means it's in inside the line. It's within other storms. It's within other storms. So you can see all these storms to its south, bunch of storms to its south, some cells off to, or dying cell off to its north, and then the supercell is embedded in between all those storms. Definitely not 100% certain that's a tornado by any means, but that CC definitely looks suspicious to where we'll need to watch it very, very closely for the next scan to see if it increases at all. Got a PDS severe, second one of the day. This is the first observed one of the day. Observed 2.75-inch hail here from emergency management. 2.75-inch hail has been observed. Tornado possible tag. So make sure you are indoors away from doors and windows, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to get to your safe spot if you live in that PDS severe thunderstorm warning, as it is a dangerous severe thunderstorm. New severe watch. Bro, this thing looks like a derecho. This sucker looks like a derecho. Look at that. It doesn't have enough bow to it, though. If it had a little bit more bow into it, it'd look more like a derecho. Big old line, man. Big old severe line right there. So they continue to severe watch. A 70% chance. 70% chance. It's a high risk inside the severe watch for 10 or more severe wind events. So they are very much anticipating damaging winds being a big problem here. But don't worry, this won't be a derecho. It hasn't been producing enough significant damaging winds exceeding 74 miles an hour. But it definitely is a large line capable of producing widespread severe wind damage. Go back to, oops, here. Yeah, I don't know about that. That CC completely gone, so. Oh, actually, hold on. I'm not very confident calling that a tornado. I'm not. It has a consistent ZDR lowering for 2 frames and consistent spectrum width, but I'm not comfortable saying that is a tornado. I can tell you this. If it is a tornado, holy crap, is it ever rain wrapped. If this is a tornado here near Alma in central Kansas, you have like a near 0% chance to see this thing before it hits you, because it is wrapped in small to large hail and extraordinarily heavy rain. So don't wait to see if there's a tornado on the ground. Just get to your safe spot if you're in Alma in central Kansas. I want to go back to, let's see. Otherwise, again. You can see on CC where these correlations are a little bit higher. That's little tiny updrafts trying to spark up around, say, more northern Texas, but 0 of them have survived and sustained long enough to try and become severe. They extended that fire warning northwest of Amarillo. Still a confirmed tornado warning for 14 more minutes in southwestern Iowa. It's far from radar, so we haven't really been able to commentate much on it. Look east. Okay. Look east of... Hold on, is that a different... Hold on, that might be a different area. Might be different. Alma. Aha, yep, sure is. And look at that, they just tornado warned it. They sure did. Both of you guys were calling that. 2 little areas of small rotation. Funnel cloud reported in Alma 5 minutes ago. That rough vicinity. Although not sure how the heck you're supposed to see that. I'd be shocked if they're seeing the funnel cloud in here. That got a lot stronger, did it not? I have to see that on GR2. No CC on these 2 yet, which is great. That is great. Get that scan in 1 minute. Ooh, hard to say. It definitely got a little bit stronger. But it didn't get, like, ridiculously stronger. But definitely got stronger. Definitely a better chance that produces a tornado now than 2 minutes ago. West of McFarland. And like I said, 2 areas to watch here. Inside this tornado warning. Neither of them CC drops. But these are the type of tiny little areas of rotation that easily drop brief spin-up tornadoes. That's the reason why we had such an insane outbreak on April 17th, 2026. We had that crazy QLCS spam in central Illinois from tiny little areas like this, producing tornadoes and multiple tornadoes out of tiny little regions of rotation like that. So just because there's no CC doesn't mean there's not a tornado. So you want to be in your safe spot. These tiny, small areas of rotation on the leading edge of a line easily can spin up very weak, brief tornadoes, and that is a very good tornado warning from the National Weather Service. Pretty good heads up there, going just to the... Actually, it includes Dover, but the main area of rotation right now is west of Dover, out here in central Kansas. Still a PDS severe in effect for Florence and surrounding areas, Cedar Point included in central Kansas. Be away from doors and windows and close to, if not in your safe spot there. Back up here into southwest Iowa, where this tornado warning just got downgraded. Just got downgraded to a radar indicated warning, so no longer confirmed. However, just let that kind of ease you a little bit here if you're in this tornado warning in Bingham. Know that a tornado has not been spotted, but there still could be one. There still could be a tornado either on the ground or imminent here, so you still want to be in your safe spot. Don't come out of your safe spot if you're in this tornado warning. Make sure you're in your safe spot still. Even though there's not a confirmed tornado anymore, there very quickly could be a tornado that develops out of nowhere, out of this storm. So please be in your safe spot there. That's southwest Iowa. Still watching this tail end Charlie, but it hasn't had a great opportunity to produce a tornado because it keeps ingesting all these storms off of the Dryline cold front here. So, spot your Dryline. I bet you can't. Bet you can't spot your Dryline. I bet that's really difficult for you to see. It's definitely not this huge boundary that you see right here. Definitely not. And as your cold front keeps pushing along that Dryline, all it's going to do is keep initiating more and more storms in here. So this tail end Charlie, if it stops ingesting all these cell mergers, at some point, definitely could become a tornado problem. But right now, it's remaining a big-time hail problem. And so is these down here in southern Kansas, where we now have a 3-inch PDS severe in far southern Kansas. Before I go to that, though, I got to check that new scan. Now, let's go check that new scan on this radar site here. Oh, that's on the ground. Yeah. Yeah, that's on the ground. Yeah, pretty confident that's a tornado. You're going to want to see one more scan just in case, because this is inside the hail core. But, man, you can spot a vortex here. Look at that. You could spot a vortex hole right there. Yep. Pretty confident that's going to be a tornado, because you can see a vortex hole on your radar. So this should be upgraded to observed if that continues. Oh my goodness, look at that. Hold on. Let's check ZDR on that guy. That might be a tornado as well. Yes. That, I believe, could be a tornado on the ground as well, on our southern tornado warning. Probability of debris is 100% on that one. So both of these likely producing tornadoes now. And you could see how that CC wasn't there. Sometimes your CC will stay still in this area, and that's a clear sign of full corruption of that beam. But you can see how that CC comes out of seemingly nowhere. So that's saying that something's here. And when you match it up with your velocity, you could clearly see that that is most likely a tornado. And what really confirms it for me is the spectrum width. The spectrum width having a tight little area of red and yellow here, and then pair that with your CC and your velocity, that's what confirms it for me. Spectrum width, low-key, an underrated product. It really helps spotting tornadoes. It's kind of like a verification of your CC drop. Really, really useful. New tornado warning in a radar hole. Out here for Elmo. Elmo, Burlington Junction. What's that word again? Ever since April 17th, I haven't been able to pronounce Junction. Oh, I think I did it. Junction. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Burlington Junction. Still saying it wrong. I got to say the T more. In northwestern Missouri. Being your safe spot. That's a radar indicated tornado warning. A tornado has not yet been spotted, but easily could be on the ground. And if not on the ground, it is imminent. So please be in your safe spot. So radar indicated tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. This southern storm in northern Oklahoma might go warned too, depending on how many extra storms it gets hit. It gets hit by. If it gets a bunch of cell mergers like this guy, it's probably not going to go tornadic. But if it can stay by itself, it most likely will try to be tornadic. Yeah, that's 100% a tornado. 100% a tornado right there. That's going just towards Dover in central Kansas. And oh my goodness. Talk about a vortex hole, my guy. Heavily rain-wrapped vortex hole. Man, if you weren't looking at velocity, you'd be thinking that this is like a violent tornado signature right here. You don't see vortex holes like that too often. But thankfully, the rotation weakened considerably. I am very confident that is a tornado. If that is not a tornado, I would be absolutely mind blown. Because that is a classic vortex hole right there. I got to screenshot that. It's so classic. Very, very classic. This shouldn't last long. I'd be pretty surprised if this lasts long, because the reason why you have a vortex hole here is because your hook echo will clued it up into the base of your supercell and then wrapped around into the base of your supercell. The only time I've seen a vortex hole survive for a long time is with I keep forgetting the date, but it was in southern Oklahoma, one of the most insane vortex holes I've ever seen. And that just continuously produced a violent tornado for like an insane amount of time. I mean, we were like live for 4 or 5 hours, and almost every single minute of that live stream, that strong to violent tornado was ongoing. It was absolutely insane. So these don't typically, this type of signature with a vortex hold doesn't typically last that long. Yep, going radar indicated on that is wild. See what I mean? My rant. It was April 30th, 2024, by the way. That's the day I'm thinking of. April 30th, 2024. In Oklahoma. Going radar indicated on that is absolutely absurd. Let me guess, they're going to keep this one radar indicated too? Like, what the heck? This is a very obvious... I mean, it doesn't get more obvious than that for a tornado. It really doesn't. That does not get any more obvious for a big CC drop there. And this, also, a little bit tougher. A little bit tougher, but once you switch from CC and you start checking your ZDR and you see that gray ball right in the middle, that's a ZDR drop. Spectrum with yellow, that's increasing right there. So obviously you have increasing wind speeds, vortex hole mixed with your velocity signature. That pair all those 6 things together, clear tornado. So 2 clear tornadoes ongoing. Both, ain't no way they actually went radar indicated with that. They went radar indicated on both of these. Yeah. See what I mean? Yeah, last live stream earlier today, I said the National Weather Service has their moments. This is what I was referring to. The fact that they kept both of these radar indicated is absurd. This northern one still looks like it could be on the ground here. Still looks like there could be a tornado on the ground there. As long as your C spectrum width, that's yellow, it's increased in that area. ZDR, very clear drop. So very clear CC drop still there. That could be either a weakening tornado about to lift or fallout. This one looks more like fallout now. See how it was a ball for those 2 scans? This looked more like a large ball here, more like a large ball here. And then now it's kind of fanned out all across the hook echo. That looks more like a fallout. Like there's no longer a tornado on the ground, but there was. This northern one could still be a tornado on the ground or could be fallout. But either way, I think both of these either did or still are producing tornadoes. Lord have mercy. 3.5-inch hail report down here in south central Kansas. That's insane. Definitely verified our 40... Wait. No way. No way. No shot. No shot, bro. No shot. The SPC got that by not even like a mile. What the heck? They got that by a third of a mile. Dude. That's insane. Talk about perfect. No shot, man. That's crazy right there. That is crazy. Yeah, hold on. I can't spell right. Yeah, I do think this storm here in Oklahoma could try to go tornadic here in a bit. As long as it doesn't keep ingesting multiple cell mergers. We got a new meso. Let's see if that wind shear has increased. Not as much as I was thinking. Not as much as I was thinking. It increased on the southern end and a bit on the northern end, but it really didn't increase much here in northern Oklahoma. That could kind of inhibit our primary tornado threat for another 45 minutes or so, but still sufficient enough to where these storms could try to go tornadic here in the next 45 minutes. But I wouldn't expect a good tornado threat from them till after 8, if if their clustered mode promotes that being the case. Let's go back to here. Yeah, that's definitely lifted, and this northern one I think is also lifted. Yeah. Yeah, great job. Great job. Better late than never, I suppose, but the thing just lifted, and now they confirm it. I'm pretty sure either this is a very weak tornado and it's lofting little to no debris, or it's lifted. One or the other. Because there's no notable debris signature in this area anymore. Let me guess, they're going to try to observe this northern one too, which you can see no longer has a debris signature. So both of these have either lifted, or one may still be a very weak, brief tornado ongoing that's about to lift. We shall see. Yep. A little bit too late, but like I said, it's better late than never, but the good news is they at least had it tornado warned, right? So sirens should have been going off and people should have gotten the alert. That's the important thing. Is that the alert should have went out. Welcome to the stream, Legacy. I know I'm late. Hey, better late than never. As I was just saying, better late than never. Yeah, this line here, definitely going to make it to Des Moines, but the thing is, it's definitely going to begin to weaken by the time it gets to Des Moines. We're going to continue to see 50 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts along this line as it goes towards Des Moines. The question is, does it die out right as it gets to Des Moines or after it gets to Des Moines? Like the HRRR says it's going to die out just before it gets to Des Moines here. It will die out towards 8:39. Let's go back down south here. 2-inch hail on this far southern storm. Yeah, I don't see a reason for a tornado warning now. Right now, I don't see any need for a tornado warning, so understandable why they're just continuing a considerable severe here northeast of Medford in far north central Oklahoma. But definitely want to monitor that as the wind shear increases with time. Speaking of time is running out. These guys gotta sustain soon, or they are going to be fighting a capping that's going to begin to, actually has already begun to build and will continue to build over the next 2 hours. So if these guys don't fire and really sustain here in the next 50 minutes, these storms I don't expect to do much in southern Texas. Or northern Texas, southern Oklahoma. 2.75-inch hail PDS severe continuing for Oxford and southern Kansas. Make sure you are indoors, away from doors and windows, close to your safe spot. If not in your safe spot, that is a dangerous storm. So plenty of PDS severes. We've had 1, 2, 3, I believe 4 PDS severes so far today. So the hail threat is verifying very well at the moment. Wind threat definitely hasn't verified yet. But we've had plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. But we haven't gotten any damaging wind reports or wind measurements here. I saw we had 2, but I don't think those were in this area. If I can find it for y'all, I will. One was up here in eastern Nebraska, which was well removed from the 30%. And there actually was one southeast of Salina. So let me try to find, it was Harrington, is that how you spell it? Yeah, that area did have a damaging wind report. So inside the 30% wind risk, we have had 1. damaging wind report. Yeah, that's it so far, which doesn't necessarily verify the 30% wind just yet. It was, however, a 70 mile an hour wind report, so definitely was a pretty notable damaging wind gust. Let's go back to our analysis radar here. Not seeing any noticeable debris signature there. Nothing noticeable. We do have a little CC barely northwest of that primary hook, but I don't know if that's just simply clear air. I'd assume it's clear air based on the fact that the main area of broad rotation is to the southeast of that. Cells in Oklahoma, look. Well, that's plural. Cells. We really only have one cell in Oklahoma. If you go to your MRMS, there ain't nothing in Oklahoma except this one storm. And it's remained mainly a hail threat and isolated damaging wind threat. Tornado threat will increase with that as we get closer and closer to and past 8 p.m. Eastern. Here in roughly 40 minutes. And the fact that that's turned into a right mover could be a big problem. Also wanted to show you guys this too. Look at the vortex hole. This is from just a little while ago when we had apparently a radar indicated tornado warning and apparently wasn't a tornado on the ground because the NWS didn't observe this one. But look at that going up it with height. I mean, that is impressive, man. Every single beam height has a vortex hole. Had a vortex hole on this storm. Not something you see often at all. Could have been a briefly a strong tornado right in here. Between these two scans, between this scan and this scan. Roughly 2-3 scans of this being a brief, strong tornado. But most likely it was a little bit more on the weaker side of things, at least what you would think you would see with that type of vortex hole. That type of vortex hole you'd expect like an intense or violent tornado. But not the case, thankfully. Yeah, this thing turned into a right mover, which is why I do think if it can hold on, it could turn into a pretty big time tornado threat as long as it holds on until that wind shear increases in about 40 minutes. So definitely watching that north of Blackwell in north central Oklahoma. Florence, Kansas. We'll have to see. I'll have to give it another scan. But that does kind of look like an embedded supercell right in there. I can tell you that random... Where was that? Oh, that was down here. That random small area of strong velocity definitely is suspicious for corruption, but I'm not too sure if that's corruption right now. Third tornado warning issued out here in southwestern Iowa. Let's go back to the southern Kansas radar site. You can see that storm in Florence. Is that a new... Yeah, that's a new reflectivity scan. That looks like a hook. Gracious. That looks like a hook. Give it 15 more seconds here. See if that's actually a legitimate hook echo. Wall cloud reported in Minnesota. Of course Minnesota tries to join the action. Why wouldn't it? Yeah, that could easily put a tornado on the ground at any second. So if you're in Cedar Point, Florence, I think this is past Florence and now. So Cedar Point, if you're near Cedar Point or south of Cedar Point, I'd be getting in my safe spot. This is in central Kansas. That's probably trying to produce a strong tornado. Caden, I'm looking right at it, my guy. Chillax. Yeah, he said, "Oh, never mind." uh, love it. I was looking at this earlier, just a little air rotation. New tornado warning for Dunlap. Next Thursday's trough over the south. I live in Alabama. I wouldn't be very concerned about it, but it's definitely a good idea to be aware of it and watching it like you already are. Anything beyond that, it's not worth it. Just keep an eye on it. Right now, it's very iffy. It's very, very iffy, but definitely the potential for severe weather in the deep south, either somewhere between the 29th of April and May 1st. Let's go back to here. Yeah, this very easily could have a tornado on the ground. New velocity scan coming in here in 30 seconds. We're going to go to a different radar site. Land spout down near Florence. Yeah, Florence is down there. You sure it's a land spout? See if it's attached to mesocyclone. Sure it's a land spout because that definitely has a big mesocyclone with it. On radar, that has a mesocyclone. So I don't know about that being a full land spout. Land spouts are tornadoes, so. Weak tor. A land spout, if it's a weak land spout, that'd still be considered a weak tor. There's your tornado warning. There's your tornado warning. I'm trying to see. The reason why I'm over here spamming is because did this radar go down? Am I tripping? I've been refreshing multiple times. I ain't getting no scan. Hey, Caden. Exactly. Two point 5-inch hail reported on this southern storm. Now observed 2.5-inch hail, severe thunderstorm warning just north of Blackwell in north central Oklahoma. How are they warning these? I mean, yeah, the Omaha radar does show, even this far from the Omaha radar, does show little indents in here, so. I'm just impressed that they're able to warn those with such a radar hole. Impressive. Yay, our main radar site went down. So fun. Great. I mean, the thing did take a direct hit from a huge supercell, so. Not a huge surprise. I like how Twitter is, there's this big mix on Twitter right now. Half the community is saying Oklahoma is so back, the other half is saying it's Jover. Oh, there you go. Radar's back up. Yep. And it definitely shows that neither of these storms are tornadic. This one, tiniest bit, trying to be tornadic still, but really completely done. And then we still have this supercell trying something here. Just a friendly reminder. Go back to wind shear. This area is getting better sheared with time. The problem is storm mode out here, but the fact that this is trying to be discreet definitely is a concerning. concerning feature there. Cedar Point still being your safe spot, but it looks like if any tornado was on the ground, it would have been a little bit earlier. It wouldn't be anymore, but definitely being your safe spot because that could reproduce. You never know. Wall cloud reported on this little storm right here. Look at this guy. I wonder if that's an outflow boundary being produced by the cool pool. Let's go back here. Nope. Here. Nope. Everything but the right radar. Here. Go back on this. Can't tell if it's a boundary being produced by that particular cool pool. But looks like there's some sort of boundary or something right in there latching onto that hook. So this is trying to go tornadic here in Wellington. We'll see if it can succeed. And then look at the upper level meso on this guy. Look at the upper level on this dude. Like I said, you know, if it can just hang on until this wind shear keeps on increasing, golly, man, gonna be a problem. Now, how does it look like with the closer radar site? Yeah, that might get warned pretty soon. That does look decent, even towards the lower and mid level. That might end up with a warning soon. Okay, they did decide to continue a tornado warning for going into Topeka, Kansas now, despite there only being an extraordinarily weak area of rotation. So Topeka being your safe spot, you got a storm that's been producing some isolated large hail, upwards of 1.5 inches, 2 inches in diameter. But the main threat with this is 70-mile-an-hour winds and the potential for a tornado. This storm, the hail threat has been going down with it. So hail shouldn't exceed but about 1.25, 1.5 inches in diameter as this goes into Topeka. That hail threat is decreasing. Wind threat is increasing. Tornado threat is kind of the same. Just brief weak spin-up tornado possible. Seven minutes ago, tornado reported in Dunlap. Nope, there you go. It's observed. 7 minutes ago. So this has been producing a tornado for probably a little bit here in Dunlap. So get to your safe spot if you're in that tornado warning. Let me go back over to weather-wise so you can see that. This flashing blue and pink warning. That is a confirmed tornado warning for Dunlap surrounding areas up till the I-335 corridor. Interstate 335. I don't know if that's strong enough to be tornadic, but like I said, definitely going to attempt to be tornadic in the future. We'll just have to see if it tries in the short term. Yeah, I can see that. There's a report of a tornado on the ground 8 minutes ago, and it just got confirmed, so yeah, this has probably been on the ground for a while. Yeah. We'll see what the next radar scan has, but this definitely is going to be a problem. There it is. Oh yeah, this thing's already got a huge wall cloud. This thing's already trying to produce. Yeah, this is already trying to produce a tornado. So very, very good call on that tornado warning. Chasers have a huge wall cloud rapidly rotating there. Look at some other chasers real quick. Yeah, still being your safe spot, especially if you're in Dover here in Kansas. That's the best chance for a tornado to be on the ground right now here. And with this tornado warning is very close to Dover. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground right now, but if there was one, it would be very close to Dover, heading very, very much close to proximity of downtown Dover. Confirmed tornado warning still for 39 more minutes here in Dunlap, Central Kansas, being your safe spot. This storm here in Cedar Point looks like it's being overtaken by all these mergers. Could be tornadic in the future, but at the moment it looks like that's about done for our tornado threat with that cell. This storm here in Wellington, still a little hook, maybe just brief wall cloud possible with that. They still have a tour possible tag on that for 9 more minutes, but that storm's been dying out for a little while now. Little tiny blip starting southwest of Medford. Yeah, this is going to try to probably produce a big tornado right here. 2.75-inch hail south of the main updraft here. It's from 17 minutes ago. I didn't see that one. I saw the 2.5, but not the 2.75 right there. So, along with this, trying to drop a strong tornado heading towards Newkirk. Also trying to produce destructive hail of 2.75 inches in diameter. I'm going to go back to, let's see, this guy had the best view. I'm going to mute the desktop audio so you guys won't be able to hear the beeps. But I'll be able to see if this is producing a tornado. It looks like that's RFD dust, by the way. That doesn't look to be a tornado. That looks to be RFD dust. Considering it's coming from the tail cloud. Well, that one might be on the ground. I can't tell if that is Scud or a Vortex. That's the problem. Chaser said it's on the ground. There are vortices. I've got a chaser who's right under the mezzo, and there ain't no vortices on the ground on this one, bud. Ain't no vortices on that. Like I said, it's probably RFD dust that they're calling vortices. Because I still don't think it's on the ground. Yeah, radar is definitely showing the same picture as in real life. Very, very strong rotation. Strong tornado attempting to produce here in northern Oklahoma. Told you this would be a problem as that wind shear increased. And definitely since this thing turned right, that's what it needed. The other storm never turned right, so that thing just went off, became a hailer, and now it's dying. This storm turned right, and because of that, it's producing all hazards, including the potential for a tornado. And I'd be pretty shocked if this doesn't produce a tornado at some point. All right, let's go back up north here into central Kansas. Still a little area of rotation heading into Dover. This actually is well over Dover now. So Dover, you're probably getting the RFD of 50 to 60 mile an hour winds now. This is past Dover. Why, you may ask? Because that's an old radar scan. We got like 2 scans out of this thing and then it died again. So no way to know if these storms are increasing with rotation or decreasing. Aside from this southern one, I could still say quite confidently it's decreasing. It's closer to a more online radar site, a working radar. But this one, not working. It's 10-minute-old scans there. Here's the Kansas City, Missouri radar site, and you can see this storm is past Dover. I heard a beep for a confirmed warning, but nothing changed, so I'm assuming that's just this warning continuing. I'll just double check. 6 tornado warnings, only 1 observed. This one being the only observed one. We did get an extension tornado warning here for Gravity in Sharpsburg, Southwest Iowa. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Let's see. Let's go back down to Oklahoma. Gracious. Still, my word, trying to produce a strong to intense tornado here. Not on the ground from what I can see right now. But oh boy, it's very close. It is very, very close to producing. It is extremely close to producing. This thing could be seconds away from putting a big tornado down. Again, this is in north central Oklahoma, going towards Newkirk. Large wall cloud with multiple funnel cloud attempts ongoing with this area of rotation here. Strong tornado, very close to touching down. I still can't see it on the ground right now. You guys are saying on the ground. You might have a better chaser visual than me. It wouldn't shock me if this is now on the ground. Briefly. Let's see. I do see some dust picked up right there. That it could have been a very brief tornado right there. I do see some dust. Now, the question is, does that dust sustain? Or is it just a very, very, very brief tornado? I can tell you this, if this isn't on the ground, it's about to be. Still looks like it's very much trying to be on the ground. So we've had multiple either attempts at a tornado, or we may have had 1 or 2 brief, very brief, weak touchdowns. Let's see, this radar's back online. Golly, man. This storm in Dunlap, it has stayed impressive the entire time. That is trying its absolute hardest to produce a tornado. But I think our most concerning storm is the one in north central Oklahoma right now. A little bit broader rotation. Little bit broader. So, if this thing didn't put a tornado down, there's a small chance it's not going to put a strong one down. But there's another vortice down. So, it's put a lot of weak vortices on the ground that touch down for a few seconds and then lift right back up. There's another one. So multiple little vortices. There's another one. Oh, this one might be the actual full tornado here. It's actually sustaining on the ground, and they just confirmed it. Now a confirmed tornado warning. There's quite a few vortices, and it looks like this is now starting to be a sustained tornado. Not fully condensed, though, but that is a confirmed tornado warning now. Also a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let's go back up here. Still an observed tornado apparently on the ground east of Dunlap. So being your safe spot there. Topeka, Kansas being your safe spot, although I don't see any notable areas of rotation anymore with that. And then still a tornado warning for New Market, Gravity, Sharpsburg, and southwestern Iowa being your safe spot. A tornado is imminent, but not yet reported. But just keep in mind, radar indicated tornado warning means the tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. And okay, look at that. Tornado on the ground in just east of Newton. Tail end Charlie. Gracious. Look at that. Holy crap. Yo, that looks insane. That looks insane from the Wichita radar site there. Let's go up here, though, where we have a brief tornado ongoing. East of Newton, that was unwarned. National Weather Service, really good job going from a unwarned storm to right straight to an observed tornado warning right there. So they went from an unwarned tornado ongoing to straight up to confirmed warning. So please be in your safe spot. Confirmed tornado on the ground now via radar just to the southeast of Newton. New radar scan coming in here. I have to give that a minute to fully come in. I'm going to go back to this radar again. Yeah, still could be on the ground. See that tiny little CC right there? Still could be a tornado ongoing. Southeast of Newton heading up towards Elbing. And just northwest of Whitewater. In south central Kansas. A strong tornado ongoing out here in northern Oklahoma. A lot of dust being lofted right now. Strong tornado on the ground here. Tornado of the year. Okay, buddy. If you think that's tornado of the year, you weren't here on the other two high-end risks. We had a tornado of the year in Minnesota in early April, and then we had tornado of the year in Wisconsin and southeast Minnesota, especially southeast Minnesota, on April 17th. And now we have another tornado that is not tornado of the year, but definitely is a very photogenic, strong tornado. And now looks like it's almost, I wouldn't say it's lifted. I'd still say there's probably some weak circulation that still could be on the ground here. Yep, still see a vortex on the ground right there. Getting stronger again. So multi-vortex here. It's off and on. When it's on the ground, it's trying to become strong, and then it ends up lifting before it becomes very strong. But that first few brief 2 minutes right there, it was definitely a strong tornado right there. Now it's trying to become strong again. So make sure you are in your safe spot again as this goes towards Newkirk in northern Oklahoma. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Still debris being lofted southeast of Newton in south central Kansas. So be in your safe spot. Still tornado ongoing there. The only one that we don't have a clear tornado ongoing is this one east of Dunlap, which was reported by emergency management as on the ground. Over 20 minutes ago, by the way. Still observed. Go back down to northern Oklahoma here. Yeah, these cell mergers could really inhibit it from continuing for too much longer. I don't know exactly where those mergers are going, but I know they're going generally northeast. New MCD for southeast Kansas and in northern Oklahoma. That is a very low peak tornado intensity, so I wonder if that's for this one here in northern Oklahoma or not, because that peak tornado intensity is 125 mph, which is fairly low for the environment that we have. Yep. Pack it up. This ain't doing nothing down here, man. Nothing's gonna fire down here. From what I could tell. So, main area in this tornado watch is probably going to stay north of OKC till very late tonight. Let's see here. Rockets, satellites looked at that for 3 hours, bucko. Satellite has had a CU filled for 3 hours. All we've seen is a few little blips, and all those blips have died. We still have 2 tiniest little blips down here, but those suckers ain't surviving the capping that's now in place. We're most likely starting to get a capping in place there. Central Oklahoma. All right, I'm looking at OKC. Not seeing a single blip over here. That's Central Oklahoma. These yeah, we're gonna keep seeing maybe some initiation on this side of the dry line, and storms go to the northeast. That's why I said north of OKC is going to be the main area. North of OKC. Take a look at satellite. Here's your CU right there. You've got some little puffs right there and right there, but mainly north of OKC is going to be the area to watch in Oklahoma. That is some insane rotation on this storm here in northern Oklahoma. Multiple brief, weak to some strong vortexes have touched down here with this storm going towards Newkirk in north central Oklahoma. Very crazy rotation, but it's going to be getting more of a merger here shortly, and that could inhibit it, like I said, from producing a tornado for a little bit, but most likely we'll just go right ahead and try to produce another one after these mergers merge with it. Considering how strong that area of rotation is and our wind shear is just going to get better, I'd have to imagine this is going to be a problem for at least another hour or two. Maybe longer. I do think we'll see some, golly. Yeah, your environment definitely a lot better. Yeah, I do think we'll see some more clustering down here, and that's going to inhibit the tornado threat a little bit more. But that may not be until, 9 o'clock or maybe even a little later. Unless these clusters actually start hitting it now, maybe that could start inhibiting the tornado potential shortly. Hold on, I gotta see this. Load. We got some chaser drama here. Oh. Dang. That's close. Almost had a collision at an intersection. One chaser was trying to, I assume, either turn left or pull a Yui, and the other chaser was obviously not expecting them to just stop in the intersection and start turning left and pull a Yui when there's no stop signs. I mean, he was actually through the intersection. Like, you have your intersection right here, right? Intersection, intersection. Just like this. That chaser was like right here trying to pull left or Yui, looked like to get back on this road, and the other chaser was right behind him. Almost caused a collision. Like, if he took a left turn from, like, back here, start your left turn from back here like a normal person, okay, yeah, no collision. But you pull forward, get through the intersection, and then try to pull a U and go left. That's indecisive driving. That is what causes crashes right there. Whatever you're going to do, you got to commit to it. If you're going to turn left, you better turn left. Better not go straight and then try to pull a Yui illegally in the middle of a dirt road, blocking traffic. Some good old chaser drama, man. I wouldn't even call that drama. That's just logic, That's just somebody pulling an illegal Yui. Let's see here. I don't see this on the ground right now, but it very well could have multiple weak brief vortices ongoing. Just a little bit more rain wrapped. Out here from Newton, it looks like this tornado's lifted. I don't see any notable CC anymore with that. So hopefully that's not producing a tornado anymore. This storm has had crazy potential, but it's never really ramped up a bunch. It definitely produced one tornado, at least one tornado. And I mean, it's had a bunch of potential, but it hasn't really used all of its potential. Let's go back to Iowa, an area where we've started to see a little bit of a decrease in tornadic activity here. That's just going to continue to be the case. Just some isolated hail up to an inch in diameter, 60 mile-an-hour winds possible. A brief tornado possible embedded in this line as it goes from central Iowa down to south central Iowa. Not a very high tornado risk with that, though. Another strong air rotation on our storm in northern Oklahoma. I don't see it clearly on the ground, but it is still very much attempting to go back on the ground. Let's see here. Yeah, I expect this storm to be tornadic at least until 9:30. Should stay tornadic for a while. Uh-oh. Hold on a second. That is some crazy RFD right there. That is some crazy RFD right there. I saw that too. Misty. Dead tree just hit a chaser. Didn't look like that big of a tree, so I'm sure the vehicle's fine. He's obviously fine. But those are your RFD wins. I don't believe that's tornadic related right there. Like I don't think it's actually a tornado. Now your RFD wins can easily be as strong as the tornado. Those RFD wins are no joke, man. We've easily seen 100 to 130 mile an hour RFD winds before. And sometimes they can even get in excess of 130 with more violent tornadoes. RFD, very, very dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous. All right, so we still have 5 tornado warnings. 2 are observed now. This southern one here in Kansas, no longer observed. No longer any notable debris signature on that. This one, like I said, I really haven't seen anything good on this one for a definitive tornado ongoing, aside from just that report from emergency management almost 40 minutes ago at this point. It's had good potential, but once again, just hasn't really ramped up and used that potential. New HRRR coming in here. It definitely shows southern Kansas and northern Oklahoma being the hot spot here, which is always what we expected. That's completely what we expected. The conditional risk did not play out. Our conditional risk was closer to central Oklahoma, back down in here. This portion of our risk was never expected to be conditional. You could see the 10 sig all the way down into north central Oklahoma, southern Kansas. We expected something here. We didn't know exactly where it would be, but we expected something down in here for the potential of a strong tornado. We didn't know if it would be more into Oklahoma or more into Kansas, and right now it seems like it's more into Oklahoma. Central Oklahoma risk already over. You will have the chance for some isolated thunderstorms tonight, very late tonight, but your main conditional risk worthy of a tornado watch is, I wouldn't say it's over. It's just the opportunity and the window for tornadic supercells to form in central Oklahoma has almost fully closed. If storms were going to fire in central Oklahoma, we were thinking between roughly 6 and 8 p.m. Eastern, which it's 8 p.m. Eastern now. It's 8:03 Eastern. There's still a slim chance we could see a storm or two fire between now and 10, but the chance of that is just going lower and lower by the minute. It's also worth noting, depending on how these mergers interact with it, this storm obviously is hanging on pretty dang good right now. But whenever you have mergers, that can cause deviant tornadoes. So definitely from a chasing perspective, this is a dangerous signature right here, where you have a rain-wrapped, very strong, intense supercell right in here with 2 mergers trying to head into its flank. This easily can create a deviant tornado threat. Tornado down. Yep, I see that. Big stovepipe. Now it's already back up. Brief stovepipe. Hold on. What just happened here? I'm going to have to block this out real quick, y'all. I just got signed out of YouTube for no good reason. I love when this happens. It shouldn't have signed me out of the stream. Man, it signed me out of both accounts. What the heck? Love it. I love YouTube. All right. There we go. We're back. We're back. We're good. I just didn't want that to show any information. I didn't know if it was going to show anything. What's up with that, Legacy? Is it just like... And it only happens when I'm live. I've never been signed out of YouTube unless I'm live. That's like the 4th time that it's happened whilst I've been live. It's so dumb. Very much so. Very much dumb. Yes, you're right, Haley. Is that stovepipe still on the ground? Because it looked like before YouTube signed me out that it was gone. Oh yeah, it's definitely back on the ground, that's for sure, if it ever lifted. Pretty wispy stovepipe right there. Yeah, definitely a stovepipe strong tornado still ongoing here. So you definitely want to be in your safe spot as this heads towards further into north central Oklahoma, going towards Peckham and Middleton. Not any very populated areas out here. But definitely want to be in your safe spot. How many people are in this warning? If I can find it. Roughly 3,400. Oh, wow. Twin tornadoes. What the heck? What the heck? Yo, that's crazy. Holy crap, that is awesome. Dude, that one is moving so fast. It's satelliting around the mesocyclone. Is that not awesome? Oh my word, look at that. That thing is getting it very intense. Classic Fujiwara effect. Holy crap. That is awesome. Dude. You know what that reminded me of? I don't know if any of you guys have seen Hank's YouTube video. Yeah, definitely worth a PDS warning on that. You got twin strong tours. Hank's YouTube video where he went over the fastest tornado ever because it wasn't a satellite, it was a lifting twin tornado. And it ended up going like it was the fastest tornado that was ever recorded. That's what that satellite just reminded me of, because when you get a Fujiwara effect like that, that tornado is going to go with the motion of the mesocyclone, and the closer it gets to the core of that violent tornado, the quicker it's going to go. That's a very, very classic sign that this is a violent tornado. This is a deviant, violent tornado. Deviant, violent tornado right here. That was the probably the most classic Fujiwara sign I've seen right there. That was awesome. But this is an intense to potentially violent tornado on the ground here in north central Oklahoma. This is a PDS tornado warning, which means this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. A large and extremely dangerous twin tornadoes have been observed in north central Oklahoma and are heading towards further deeper into this PDS tornado warning, closer to Grainville. So like I said, thankfully not a bunch of population here, but unfortunately there is quite a lot of population, still over 3,000 in that tornado warned area. Not insanely populated, but still enough population to where this is a very large concern. Like I said, very, very much an intense to violent tornado ongoing there. Currently over relatively rural areas, but the more east it goes, you can see there's a bit heavier population out in this region here. So definitely going to be getting closer to the 3,000 some people in this warning. 3-inch hail also reported on this storm too. Looks like it's not fully condensed anymore, so hopefully that cell merge is helping to tear it apart. That cell merge is what's going to help it not be a long-lived violent tour here. We got this big cell merge behind it that's beginning to impact the RFD. Oh, yep. And look at that. Your Vortex signature. Right there. That's not a full Vortex signature right there. I mean, it's starting to, but this is more like a donut. But yeah, it's definitely going to turn into a Vortex signature. The reason why I say it's more like a donut here is because you can see the hook clearly occluding up and around. Now, if that sustains, then yeah, that can help it become even clearer of a vortex hole. Most likely, that's what it's becoming now. Yeah, back down to a fully condensed, intense to violent tornado. Motion on that is absurd. Let's get another GR2 analysis radar on this southern radar site. Look at that, man. Yep, that's definitely a vortex hole. See how it goes up with height now for 2 to 3 scans? That's definitely turning more into a vortex hole, which is very similar to a donut. Getting big time rain wrapped, big time intense to violent tornado here. Remember, we have Dow on this too, so I can only imagine the Dow data that we're getting right now. That is crazy. Oh, hey, look, that's proxy. Holy crap. Proxy just added me in the Dow data. Yep, it looks just as insane as I was thinking. Yeah, no shocker there. Holy crap, dude. That is some insane Dow data. That is some historic Dow data. Wow. Still a intense to violent rain wrap tornado ongoing. Relatively in open fields at the moment. Very little debris for it to pick up. So that's why we're not seeing any CC here, but it is definitely on the ground. Holy crap. Wow. Yeah, this is literally reminding me of the day I literally mentioned earlier in the live stream. Like April 30th, 2024. Literally reminding me just like of that day. Wow, Reed got hit by some bad RFD right there. Yo, Reed. Dude. Yo, that was a very close one for Reed. That was a very close one for Reed, y'all. That dude drove it into the ditch and into the field and then deployed it in the field. That was a very close one for Reed. But yeah, that might be a scan of the year right there. Might be scan of the year right there in terms of just 10 out of 10 radar scan. Really can't get any more classic than that. That is crazy. I don't think it needs to be Tori because it's not heading into an extraordinarily populated area. It's still staying in relatively open fields, and it's almost stalled out. Because of this cell merge, it's really been stalled out. Is Reed good out here, or is he not good? Okay, he's fine. Wait, is he? He better be. He better be fine. Oh yeah, he's good. He's good. They're probably stuck, but he's good. This dude, man, Reed has been on a generational run this year. I really hope he got rockets into that one, because if he did, that would be the third rocket intercept that he's gotten this year. Just still a very violent tornado ongoing here in north central Oklahoma. Outside of this, and not really anything too notable happening, we still have a bunch of radar indicated warnings. Actually, we do got to go check that one in Iowa. Now, that one is north of Des Moines. Very populated area. Ooh. North of Winterset. And northwest of Des Moines. Both of these easily could be on the ground up here in Iowa. Definitely check back with those every now and then if you can remember to. Still violent tornado ongoing. Still just to the northwest of Grainville in north central Oklahoma. Absolutely crazy. Holy moly. So still ongoing. I don't see any chasers with a visual of it at this moment. It shouldn't last too much longer. Remember how I said that, that vortex hole, typically only the most violent tornadoes can hold that through a cell merge? Yeah, that was like this storm right here. This was the type of storm that was so violent that it was able to hold that vortex hole through a cell merge. Not many storms end up doing that. I can tell you this, because of this cell merge, it is going to push it very close to this town. That cell merge is moving east-northeast. So this storm was moving southeast, and that cell merge is going to push it more east-northeast. Really hoping that this thing occludes, because, like I said, that cell merge is going to help push it right in that vicinity. Actually, could have another strong satellite, too. Look at that. Wouldn't be shocked if that's another twin tornado right there. Another strong twin satellite tornado. Here's your main core right there. Your main tornado. Could be another one on the ground right there. I want to go back up here to Iowa. Very easily could have a tornado on the ground here north of Zook, northwest of Des Moines in Iowa, and easily could have a tornado on the ground northwest of Winterset. If either one of those are on the ground, there's a very high likelihood they will be weak and brief because they're QLCS spin-ups. I want to see this next scan, man. This is some crazy radar data right now. See how they shrunk that PDS? Instead of it being angled more to the southeast, now it's angled more east to northeast because they know this thing's moving right for the town now. They know that because of that cell merge, it moved from a southeast trajectory to a due east-northeast trajectory. Pretty much due east. Barely up northeast there. So it's going to go right through that town if it doesn't weaken. Uh, 684 people in this PDS warning. So this is a relatively low population PDS warning. But unfortunately, this is definitely going to go right towards probably roughly half or maybe even a little more of that population. I mean, I'm sure this area, that ought to hold close to 300 people around this vicinity right in here. There ought to be close to 300 people. That's where a good bulk of our population in this PDS warning is. Then you also have some down here towards Peckham and then a few scattered, but this is probably one of the more populated areas in our PDS warning right now, and that's directly where our PDS tornado warning is heading for. Just hoping to see that this thing falls apart, like now, on this scan. Still, tornado reported there 14 minutes ago, obviously still on the ground. Is this a new observed warning? Why is that thing so huge? Oh, brief tornadoes, multiple, probably land spout tornadoes happening across this area. So just be in your safe spot. That's a particularly pretty dangerous storm there, because those land spouts can spin up very, very quickly. Another area that could be producing a tornado. So we have 3 areas up here in Iowa that could be producing tornadoes. That scan hasn't come in yet. It's actually now over there. Oh, crap. There's your CC. It's going into town. It's going to start going into town. It probably just hit right in this area. Probably, maybe those trees. Definitely starting to hit some bigger objects that it's able to pick up. Like I said, I mean, that's going right for town. Like, literally, if you follow between those 2 triangles, you just keep going on that trajectory. Ooh, definitely smaller. Definitely smaller. Definitely smaller. That's very, very good. Probably still going to hit the west side of town. But definitely considerably weaker than 2 scans ago. So really hoping we keep seeing that occlusion process. Yep, and there's some more of your storms firing off the Dryline. Those could be a problem. We'll just have to see if they can maintain their updrafts. The biggest thing is if they're right movers. If they move to the north-northeast, that's less favorable for tornadoes. If they move due east, we could see a scenario like what we just saw there in north-central Oklahoma. And remember, our wind shear is favorable, so now we're in a very favorable environment. Very, very much favorable. Let's see, we're going to go to mesoanalysis here. Huh. Holy bullseye. Watch this. Wow. Look at the bullseye. Southern Kansas, northern Oklahoma. Golly. Yeah, right in the bullseye, too. Now, you could see southern Oklahoma. You know, that was a big-time conditional risk. If something fired there and moved east, it would be horrible. There was definitely the chance that we could have seen a violent tornado in southern Oklahoma, just like what we saw in northern Oklahoma, if something fired down here. But you could see now the capping's building in, so that should promote a less opportunity for additional storms to fire without good forcing for ascent. All right, next scan here. 5 seconds, most likely. That's really good. CC did not grow. Now we'll see if the velocity weakens there in 20 seconds. We might be able to get it sooner here on Weatherwise. Not yet. So hoping to see that velocity completely break apart this next scan here in 10 seconds. That would be great. Unfortunately, it probably did hit some homes west of this town. But hopefully, love it. You love to see it. Still could be a brief, or still could be a weak tornado on the ground right now. Still could be a weak tornado ongoing. But that is considerably weaker. Way, way weaker before it got into downtown. I mean, you could see, I mean, seriously. This thing was going to go right through, like, downtown to the southern side of town right here. It was on track to go right through downtown as a violent tornado, but you could see it just weakened every scan. Its peak was right here when it peaked, and just weaker, 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 much weaker, very weak. Still could be a tornado on the ground, though. But if it is still on the ground, it is likely way, way weaker. And just land spout galore over here. Multiple tornadoes happening with that. And then just a few QLCS tornadoes trying to spin up all over this area here. As well as right up in here too. Any of those very easily could have produced tornadoes. We do have a little updraft. Best updraft that I've seen so far here in Texas and Oklahoma. Wonder if that thing can survive. I'm going to say no. But that will be something just to monitor because it should be... Yeah, it should be moving to the east-northeast. So we'll watch that just in case it can maintain. I don't think it will. I don't think it will, but it could. Yeah, I think this has another chance to recycle, for sure. But the good news is it's a bit more clustered now than when it first began. All right. I do want to see the 23Z here. Yeah, about the evolution I was expecting. Very much more messy. The problem is, I mean, these storms are just going to be right on this favorable corridor for the next 4 or 5 hours. The good news is they get clustered, but still, you could easily see multiple strong tornadoes inside that cluster. With how volatile that is. I'll have to see what Wofus has here. I think our last Wofus run of the day is coming in. Yeah, just watch these. They're not notable. There's not a high chance they survive. They're not anything to worry about, but it is something to watch. Only an extremely select few Wolfus runs have those surviving. Alright, down to radar indicated now. So our only confirmed warning, we don't have any PDS warnings. Only confirmed warning is our land spout galore out here, which has been northeast of Wichita. I don't think I can share DAO data. I don't believe so. I don't believe so. I saw it, but I don't think I can share it. Go back to here. It just depends what site you access it on. I know I saw the one from Twitter, but I know the site you're not allowed to access it on. Link? Yeah, I can send a link. Here, that's the one that I saw. It was just a screenshot. It wasn't the actual radar updating. Just a screenshot from them. All right, let's go back over here. Okay. Thing looks like it's already recycling. Low-key looks like it's already trying to be back on the ground if it even... Well, we know it lifted because it went back to radar indicated. But look at that. It looks like it's already trying to flop out another hook echo right in here. We'll see if it can clear out that inflow slot all in this area. Very easily could produce a tornado shortly again. I'm not confident in those storms in southern Texas. I keep saying Texas. Southern Oklahoma, northern Texas doing anything. I know they're in a good environment. I just know that the cap's already trying to cut off their updrafts. I mean, they are moving into probably the best environment that we have, so if they can get through that capping, definitely big time tornado threat down there. They've fired in like the perfect spot. If they just fired like... Yeah, that's probably on the ground again. If they just fired like an hour ago, that storm in southern Oklahoma, where it's moving now to the east-northeast, it would absolutely be exploding. Yeah, that's probably back on the ground now. Already recycled. CC for a minute. Now that's corruption. You can see that's clear corruption. CC, corrupted. 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 It follows the corruption perfectly. That scan, it did have a little bit CC with it. That actually might have been a tornado right there. That might be what you're talking about. That actually could have been a little debris right there. Confirmed tornado north of Des Moines. Observed from law enforcement. We've got a tornado on the ground somewhere up in here. So be in your safe spot. That's a QLCS tornado ongoing. Should be weak, should be brief. Definitely going to keep an eye on that one. But do want to be in your safe spot if you're in that confirmed warning. They continued this confirmed warning. Look at all the reports down here. We've got literally, like I said, land spout galore happening out here. And then look at all the reports down here on this storm. It's because we had a bunch of chasers out here. There'll probably be even more reports to come from this area. Most likely. I do have some sad news here. Guess what we're going into? A little bit further, this thing's going to be in a radar hole. A little bit further. We could still reach it pretty well with this radar site here. Wichita could still reach it pretty well. Tulsa's radar site's not going to be able to reach it. So right in here, we're going to have a good radar hole. We can still reach it for probably the next hour, maybe hour and a half. But after about an hour and a half, we'll be moving into that radar hole after 9:30 Eastern. 9:30, 10 Eastern. Which hopefully will be when this thing gets clustered up and, you know, isn't a huge tornado threat anymore. The thing is, I know a bunch of people on Twitter are going to be like, I told you guys they should have went SIG 2 today for the conditional risk. When in reality, everybody was talking about a SIG 2 tour down in here. That's where people were mentioning the potential for a SIG 2 tour today. Down towards Lawton. Not up here where the SPC had a 10% SIG 1. Because that's why they were mentioning conditional. Because it was conditional down here. People were mentioning including me, a SIG 2 2% or a SIG 2 5%. Not a SIG 2 10% as if it were a SIG 2 up here. So, I think the SPC did great. Definitely wasn't a guarantee for our peak intensity to be EF3. Who's to say? I mean, hopefully this stayed in enough in an open field to where it doesn't get rated as an intense tornado. But this was at least a strong 2 intense tornado. And if you just go off of, you know, the tornado as a whole, if that tornado went into a town, it for sure would have been intense to violent. But we're hoping it didn't. We're hoping it did stay in that open field and not hit anybody. But like I said, if this went into a town, I mean, you're looking at 160 gate-to-gate rotation. Like I said, that would be intense to violent right there. It looks like it already broke apart again, so if it was on the ground, it would be it would have been for a very brief moment. Because it looks like it's already broken apart. I'm sure it will try to recycle again. It should continue to keep trying to recycle here for at least the next hour. Do we have an MCD on this? Yeah, we do. They have it till 10:15. Gracious. 10:15 being the peak threat. So from now till 10:15. That is a lot longer than an hour. That's like an hour and a half. Wait. Is that an hour and a half? I can't do math. Yeah. Close. Close to an hour and a half. Yeah. Des Moines, Iowa, you're under a tornado warning. That's going to be a very, very populated tornado warning right there. Over 600,000 people. Over 600,000 people inside this new tornado warning as multiple areas of rotation here are beginning to move into the city. Like I said, we did have law enforcement here. This actually says fire department and rescue. Local fire department and spotters reported a tornado on the ground. Several reports from both local fire department and spotters. But I believe their tag actually said, yeah, law enforcement. So law enforcement local, let me see here. Yeah, law enforcement, fire department / rescue, and spotters reported a tornado on the ground here. That's a lot of verification. I wonder why they observed that. Enid, yeah, these storms aren't going to be much of a problem unless they turn sharply east right now. If these turn right now, they start going east like this, yes, there'll be a problem. But most likely, they're going to just be a hail-damaging wind threat. Maybe a spin-up tornado threat, but there's a high chance they're just going to go and merge with this junk up here. Only way this stuff becomes a big tornado issue is if it turns east before it starts getting interfered with, these storms here and up in this area. So, like I said, it's got to turn just probably around the Enid area if that's going to be a tornado problem. Storms in Frederick, still not looking great. They're there, but I don't see them being a huge issue imminently. Yeah. Now, some Wolfus runs do go crazy still. Look at some of these Wolfus runs in central Oklahoma. Like, look at this one here. They still do ignite storms in Oklahoma. Wolfus 3, central Oklahoma. But the majority keep it in northern Oklahoma. The majority. You can see how there's a very strong signal right in here. And of course, all back up in here. But a bit more of a faint signal back down in here. So, still wouldn't rule out, supercells being a problem here. We'll have to see. These really want to fire him close to 10 o'clock Eastern. About an hour 15 from now. MTD, Iowa. Severe threat persists, but a weakening trend is anticipated. Damaging winds will be the primary hazard. A brief tornado can't be ruled out, and 1-inch hail can't be ruled out. So main threat is damaging winds, but the threat is dying out now. That's back out here in Iowa. Storm turn a little bit southeast here, going right for Newkirk in north central Oklahoma. That's for over 3,000 people. Oh, let me see what proxy tagged me in. Let's see here. Oh, sweet. Dang. So both Tiv 2 and Dominator 3 got in the tornado today. That's crazy. That's crazy. Enid storm turning right, cap. It's still moving northeast. What are you talking about? The thing ain't turned at all. It's still going the exact same trajectory. Eventually, it might start taking that right-hand turn. It's just a matter of how soon. It slowed down. That don't mean it's turning. Every time a storm slows down, I don't say, oh, look, it's probably turning. If I did that, we'd be going all over the place because storms slow down and speed up all the time. Yeah, the environment is very favorable there, that's for sure. There's your Enid storm right there. There's your tornadic storm right now, right here. And then there's convection we're watching here. So there's a few areas to watch, but none of them are in that full-blown bullseye. But all of them are in a favorable environment. So again, you have your current tornadic storm up here. Tornadic cluster. Enid storm. Blip. It's just a matter of how fast it turns right and when. It might be turning right a little bit right now. I could tell you it definitely ain't moving due northeast, so that should help it. We'll have to see. Give it a few more scans before you fully say it's turning right. We'll have to see. But it wouldn't surprise me if it turns right eventually. Still, observed warning here. Several brief land spouts have been observed with this line here. Velocity behind and reflectivity is ahead. What's that like? Why does that look so good, but reflectivity looks like absolute garbage? Radar indicated tornado warning continues now for state center. No longer observed. It is observed for 12 more minutes, but the continuation is radar indicated. Still radar indicated tornado warning for Des Moines. So if you're in those warnings, make sure you're indoors, away from doors and windows, and in your safe spot. Remember, radar indicated tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. Waiting for this velocity to update. Refusing to update over here. Want to see if that rotation's legit or not. I will say that Enid storm is rapidly exploding. That is for sure. It is definitely rapidly exploding. All right. Let's go to... Still no new scan on that? All right. I want to go to an analysis radar again. This one. It's because it's still actively forming. You know, it's still forming on that dry line. Once it sorts itself out, we'll be able to tell if it's starting to turn right, which I wouldn't be surprised. You know, it's kind of looking like it is starting to turn a little bit right. At least right now it looks like that. I don't think I need the Omaha radar. You guys think I don't need the Omaha radar anymore? I mean, gracious. Storms are very much well removed from Omaha now. Go to the Kansas City radar site. Let's see. I want to go to the Kansas. Topeka. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, why is our velocity not updating, bro? This radar is doing all sorts of funky stuff. 4-inch hail from earlier. Ain't nobody told me about that. Delayed report of 4-inch hail right there. This one is very much, this radar, all over the place today. All right, well, whilst we have a tiny little lull, I'm going to take a bit of a break before this Enid storm starts popping off. If it does, I will be right back in just 2 minutes. Give me just about 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, y'all. I'm going to have to do another thing in like 2 minutes. Like, literally. So, I'm back for just a bit. Just to see if this radar is working. And then I'm going to go right back and do something else real quick. Yeah, look at this radar loop, dude. This thing is cursed. Things have rarely been updating perfectly. Best radar loop in history right there. I'm gonna go back up to, let's go up to Iowa again. Getting a little bit tighter air rotation going into downtown Des Moines. Keep an eye on that. Let's see here. We get the 00ZH in just a bit. That's going to go out to Saturday's severe threat. Oh, we are going to keep getting more WOFUS runs. Sweet. I thought WOFUS was going to stop at 00Z, but it's not. Good news there. We get more runs. Let's see. Yeah, see, now it looks like it is turning a little bit more right. Slowly but surely. All right. I will be right back. Give me just 1 minute. I'll be quicker this time. All right, I'm back. We're good. We are good. Apologies for the split break there. Normally I try to do it all in everything in once, but couldn't on that one. No, Reed's fine. I don't know if the tornado pushed him in the field or if he purposely drove. To me, it looked like clear as day he backed up into the field on purpose a little bit further from the tornado. It didn't look like it actually like properly pushed them. Yeah, so this radar is just not going to update, just flat out. So the CC is updating and the reflectivity is updating, but not the velocity. So that's fun. Broad area rotation moving into Des Moines, Iowa right now. This storm, if it tightens up, could produce a brief tornado in proximity to downtown Des Moines. So definitely want to be in your safe spot there. This Enid storm could try to ramp up. Again, it fired late. Again, anything after about 8 o'clock, I expect it to struggle. This thing is struggling a bit, but it is pushed through that cap. So it should be able to intensify further. I can't say the same for the storm east of Frederick. That thing looks dead. So now the question is, will it stay away from this cluster up here and turn east enough to where it's going to be fully discrete? Or is it going to kind of stay right along with where that dry line is and kind of go right up into that cluster? If it goes up into the cluster, minimal tornado threat, mainly a hail threat, wind threat. Could still get a brief tornado threat if it goes northeast, both before it merges and as it merges with the cluster. If it moves due east, that increases all hazards drastically. Let me go. I'm not too sure 100% on why they're keeping this observed. I get why it was observed, 17 minutes ago, because we were seeing, 38 minutes ago land spout, 44 minutes ago land spout, 29 minutes ago land spout, 42 minutes ago land spout. So I get that on why they issued it, but we haven't had any new reports in 30 plus minutes at this point. Oh, velocity updated, finally. Yeah, and this shows two storms that both have an area of convergence here. Weaker convergence on the southern one. But just two areas to watch. Not necessarily anything overly concerning. Same goes for this storm. None of these up here look impressive. None of them. This entire area doesn't look impressive at all. None of these areas look impressive for rotation. We've got a few little convergent signatures, and that's it. Same goes out here in Des Moines. Now, this one is a little bit tighter. This one is a little bit tighter of convergence in Des Moines. And then this looks pretty much dead up here. So, the one I'm most interested in the short term is the one in Des Moines. But of course, still watching our storm that produced that intense to violent tornado earlier, going into Newkirk, and then watching our developing supercell out here in Enid. Hard to say if that thing's starting to move due east. It looks like it is trying to turn more east. I mean, even then, the Enid storm is still in the 5%, and depending on when it turns, it might make it to barely into the 10%. If it keeps going the way it's going, I'd say like the main portion of it is going to probably stay on the southern end of the 10% or just south of the 10%. Yeah, we should get a new SPC outlook any second. Gracious, it's 9 o'clock. My goodness. Well, knowing how the SPC's been, it's actually going to be 9:50 before we get this outlook. It's actually going to be 50 minutes, not now. That's a very precautionary warning. That is a very early precautionary warning right there. That NWS is not messing around right there. Yep, that's Norman. No shocker with that one. Like I said, it's definitely turning right. Definitely turning right. Definitely going to end up trying to produce a tornado here over the next hour or so. Just depends how far east it turns. And based on this new polygon, it's definitely turned more to the right. Funnel cloud with this storm. Our tornado warned storm going into Newkirk 9 minutes ago. Funnel reported there. But yeah, these storms just look like they're areas of convergence here. Not a huge tornado concern right now. These don't even look tornadic. This doesn't look tornadic. And then this is another convergence signature going over Des Moines that could produce. So I think the Des Moines storm is the greatest short-term concern. Newkirk storm is also a short-term problem. And the Enid storm, I think this is still gonna take a little while to get going, but it definitely could ramp up quick. If it keeps turning east like it is, this easily could end up being the potential for another intense plus tornado. Very favorable environment. Almost 200 0 to 1 kilometer SRH, so very, very favorable. They still kept this observed? Wow. Brief land spout tornadoes and quarter-sized hail. Brief land spout tornado producing storms. And apparently it is still observed. Interesting. Like I said, watch that storm in Des Moines. Easily could get a brief tornado on the east side of Des Moines, going near Pleasant Hill and Norwoodville. Watching that very, very closely. Tonight is indeed going to be interesting to see if these storms can grow upscale into that QLCS for more of eastern Oklahoma's threat. New SPC outlook. That enhanced risk obviously maintained. Expanded, maybe just the, nah, disexpanded. Yeah, disexpanded. Like half your main outlook is gone. Good chunk of that enhanced still there, though. We'll see what probability they go with. I mean, there is a tornado warning for Enid, yeah. There is. I don't see one on the ground, but, you know, if this ramps up, easily could get a tornado on the ground here shortly near Vance Air Force Base in north central Oklahoma. Want to see the probabilities on that new outlook, see if they kept the 10 sig. 10 sig? Yep. Let me guess. 15% wind, maybe 15 sig. Oh, they actually kept the 30 sig. That actually surprised me. 30 sig hail? 45 sig hail. They actually kept every probability. I thought they were going to lower the wind and lower the hail a little bit. Just considering how, you know, our storms aren't as widespread as we originally thought. But they didn't. They kept it. That's the old outlook there. So 10 sig Tor remains, 30 sig hail, or 30 sig wind remains, 45 sig hail. 45 sig hail, 30 sig wind, 10 sig Tor. I'm not reading all that. I'll just kind of skim through this. Okay, nothing insane. Do mention embedded supercells and Boeing segments across the lower Mississippi Valley. Still watching that storm in Pleasant Hill now. Not the strongest day of rotation, but still watching that closely. Frederick, Oklahoma storm broke through the cap. It might have broke through some of the cap, but that thing still ain't doing much. It's at 38 echo tops right now. Talk to me when it has 60. Nah, I'm just kidding. 38, that could be pushing through the cap now. But we'll have to see on and if it just holds. I'm not confident in it. It's not in the most pristine environment. It's very close to the most pristine environment, though. Is this our new meso analysis? This looks different. Our new meso should be coming in pretty soon here. But it's in almost the perfect environment here. It almost is. I just don't have a lot of faith in it. I simply don't have a lot of faith in it. It doesn't look great. It's not like the storm in Enid, Oklahoma, where it fired and started exploding relatively quickly. But I don't know, that DBZ is getting a little bit higher. I have to watch them. It might try something. Golly. What the heck? Holy crap. Yeah, probably about to get a strong tornado here on a very low precipitation hook echo southwest of Enid, Oklahoma. Golly. See, this is a storm that breaks through the cap. A storm that starts as a little blip, and then within 20 minutes, it's already starting to get, multiple areas of strong DBZ, and then within an hour, you've got it severe warned. Let's see, 106. Yeah, I mean, it took almost exactly an hour from this thing to go from a blip to a full-blown tornadic supercell. I mean, full-blown tornadic supercell. It took about almost an hour. Very close to an hour. This is probably ongoing. I'd be pretty surprised if this isn't a tornado right now. About to go through. I think this is an Air Force base, right? Yeah. We got Vance Air Force Base. This is going to go very close proximity through Vance Air Force Base. It might literally go right through the southern side of the Air Force Base. Let's see. If you follow that, that's going to take it right through like the center to southern side of the Air Force Base there. We'll see if it can ramp up or if it dies down. Oh man, Lucky, dude. If you guys didn't know, Lucky's been sick. Poor dude. He's been bored out of his mind. Let's go back down to that southern Oklahoma storm. Oh, it's severe. I mean, God's greatest severe thunderstorm warning right here, man. Thing's got 3 lightning bolts on it in a dream. Oh, my bad. 4 lightning bolts on it in a dream. Oh, wait, no, maybe 5, actually. 5 lightning bolts in a dream on this guy. I mean, we'll see. Yeah, the smallest little blip in this environment can turn into the biggest supercell. Another one firing on the dry line right there, too. Maybe we do have to watch Southwest Oklahoma a little bit more than I originally thought. Yeah, not 100% a guaranteed tornado there, but like a 99% sure that there is a tornado, probably strong, ongoing, about to go through the southern side of the Vance Air Force Base, southwest of Enid, Oklahoma. Most likely. Yep, that's definitely a strong tornado. And this is like over the Air Force Base right now. This is literally like over, oh my word. Yeah, oh my goodness, that's going right through the southern side of the Vance Air Force Base. Very, very intense supercell signature there. Wow. Not an insane gate to gate there, but I mean, we're looking at like 140 mile per hour rotation right there. Definitely an intense tornado. Holy moly, look at that. That is Oklahoma. That is definitely an Oklahoma supercell. Give me a moment. Wow. That is crazy, y'all. Very classic. Next scan should be in pretty soon. This is still not an observed tornado warning. Yet. And this is gonna, yeah, this is over the Air Force Base. There is a big debris signature over the Air Force Base. This will stay out of downtown Enid, but this is going through the just south of Enid and is going right through the southern side of the Air Force Base right now. Now it is turning southeast. I could look at that. Oh, that's probably, yeah, a PDS. I thought so. Yeah, skip the observed. Skip right to PDS. Great call right there. That could be turning a bit more southeast, which may spare the bulk of the population in the Air Force Base there. I hope it's staying on the southern side there, just over the runway. Based on those triangles, it looks like it's staying on the south side and could be curving southeast at this point. So if it doesn't turn back northeast, that's going to put it in a much less populated area as if it went northeast. Hoping it stays out of Enid, Oklahoma here. Enid, a very, very populated city. Over 41,000 people in that tornado warning. That PDS tornado warning there. This thing exploded so fast, bro. Like, that is insane how fast it exploded. Like, right when this thing started turning right, like Critty was talking about, right as it started turning more to the right and not as much to the northeast, it just instantly started rotating. Oh, man. Stay south. Please be south of the Air Force Base. I mean, look how close this is. This is your main population of the Air Force Base right here. And your debris signature is partially in that corridor. I'm just hoping it is south of that primary population. Gracious day. I want to go to the south real quick here. Lawton Storm still looking great. Love to see it. It's losing its lightning right now, so fingers crossed it dies out and we don't have to deal with that storm. But that thing, I'm telling you, man, if that thing can really explode with its updraft, it could be a giant problem. It's in a more volatile environment than this storm here south of Enid. Let me go back to here. Oh my goodness, man. Reflectivity debris ball on that. Oh, that is 150 plus mile per hour rotation right there. That is classic, man. I'm telling you. That is classic. That is textbook intense plus tornado in Oklahoma right there. You don't get much more textbook than that. Give me just a moment. Wow. It'd help if you didn't type in caps, because then I can actually see what you were trying to say. I'm guessing that's a news station. Gracious day. Holy crap. That is insane. I don't see it hitting a lot of homes right now, so I'm really thinking it's staying south of the Air Force Base. I'm really, really hoping. Holy crap, that is absurd. Wow. Still on the ground, still doing very destructive damage. This is a violent tornado. Violent, violent tornado. Oop, can't post that. Very violent. Trying to make a tweet real quick. There we go. Like I said, that's breaking velocities because it is so intense. Holy debris. Oh my word. That is insane. Oh my goodness. That is an insanely violent tornado. Very violent. Oh. Oh, there's the chills, man. That is... Oh my goodness. Woof. Holy crap. Ah, man. That is horrific. Oh my goodness. That is the most violent signature I've seen this year. Holy crap, man. Very, very violent tornado ongoing right now. I'm going to try to at least get this screenshot for Lucky so he could see it here. Oh my goodness. Oh wow, there you go. There is gray on DBZ right there. That is a 63 plus DBZ reflectivity debris ball. Oh my word. Oh, that is gut wrenching. Oh my goodness, guys. The damage is so bad. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Holy crap. What the heck? Yo, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Very violent tornado on the ground right now, y'all. That is extraordinarily bad damage already coming out of the Air Force Base. Oh my goodness. This is still a very large, violent tornado on the ground doing extreme damage. I'm going to bring it out once again. I've only said this a few times on this channel. This is by far one of those tornadoes where you cannot survive if you're not in a basement. If you are not underground or in a storm shelter, you are not going to survive a direct hit from this tornado. This is an extraordinarily violent tornado that we do not see often whatsoever. And it is just south of Enid, Oklahoma. This is an extraordinarily violent tornado. And there it is. There's Tori. So this is now a tornado emergency. We have a confirmed large and extremely dangerous violent tornado that is doing catastrophic damage that you are not going to be able to survive if you are not underground or in your storm shelter. This is an extraordinarily dangerous, historic situation for the city of Enid, Oklahoma and surrounding areas. This is a very violent and a very serious situation. If you are in the direct path of this tornado, you cannot survive, and you must take immediate action to protect your life and property. Seek shelter immediately. This is a destructive, catastrophic, violent tornado that is south of Enid, Oklahoma. This is a tornado emergency, the highest level warning that can ever be issued by the Storm Prediction Center or by the National Weather Service out here. This is the National Weather Service in Norman, Oklahoma. Highest level warning that can be issued. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Guys, I haven't seen a tornado like this in Oklahoma in such a stupid long time. This is horrific, y'all. Oh my goodness. I am speechless. Oh my goodness. Dude, I don't know what to say, y'all. This is an extraordinarily violent tornado once again south of Enid, Oklahoma, going through the southern side of Enid right now. Thankfully not in downtown Enid. Oh my word. My word, man. Wow. Oh my goodness. Just in a very violent tornado once again. Look at all this debris. This is all debris, y'all. I'm sorry I haven't been saying much because I'm starstruck right now. It is an insanely violent tornado. Insanely violent. I'm also trying to watch this feed, guys. The damage is horrendous. Still a very violent tornado on the ground. Very, very violent stovepipe tornado still on the ground. So please seek shelter if you are in this tornado emergency. This is again southeast of Enid, Oklahoma. We're going to zoom in a little bit more here. It's on Southgate Road. I mean, it's just so much debris. This is just an extraordinarily violent tornado that, like I said, if you're not underground or in a storm shelter, it is unfortunately likely not survivable. Gracious day. So, yeah, debris, by the way, just in case you were wondering, this debris is being lofted at least 18,000 feet up and could be being lofted as high as 29,000 feet up. So, just to put it in perspective how violent this tornado is, it is lofting debris potentially 29,000 feet up into the atmosphere. Now, the recent scans definitely does show that this is weakening on velocity, but I still want to keep that same wording. This is still a likely violent tornado on the ground. We still have confirmation that this is an intense to violent tornado still ongoing here southeast of Enid, Oklahoma. Hold on, one of my friends just sent me this. I gotta see this. Oh my goodness. Oh my word, it's still so violent, y'all. The radar doesn't put it into perspective right now. It is still an extremely violent tornado here. Just southeast of Enid, Oklahoma. Chaser just got right up next to this thing. That is insane how close this Chaser just got. Very well-known Chaser just got right up next to this tornado. Wait, is there audio on this? Hold on, I'm going to make sure that stream's muted. The roar is insane. Here, I'm going to send this to you guys right now. Watch this, unmute it now. Holy crap. That is a roar and a half. And that is when this thing is beginning to weaken. That is so much debris. Oh my goodness. Gracious day, guys. This entire blue blob is full debris right here. Oh my word. I just really, really hope that this didn't hit too many homes. Unfortunately, I already know it hit a few homes. Gracious. So still a violent tornado ongoing. Definitely weakening on radar still. Still on a weakening trend here. Look at that. That's the path of the tornado right there. Look at all that debris. All this white is where it thinks the tornado has gone and where debris has been the highest. And then look at this. It still shows, you know, fallout being around that and a little bit of corruption around that too. So don't let radar fool you. This is still, once again, an intense to violent tornado ongoing. Moving to the northeast, just southeast of Enid, Oklahoma. We're keeping our fingers crossed that this is staying in a relatively rural area, but again, unfortunately, this has definitely gone over some homes at some point, especially near and east of the Vance Airport or Vance Air Force Base. Vance Air Force Base. On the east side of the Vance Air Force Base, right in here is probably where the damage is the worst, right in this area in here. And then, I mean, there's so many homes that are still right in this area that could have been hit horribly. Oh my goodness. That damage, dude. Oh my goodness. Very violent tornado. Still ongoing. You wouldn't think it with the radar presentation. It is definitely on a weakening trend here. And it is finally, it's a lot smaller. It is a lot smaller now. It just got considerably more narrow. It is considerably more narrow now. So this is getting ready to lift. It is very, very narrow, but it is still a strong to intense tornado. I mean, that debris, guys, that debris goes so high up here. This was probably the worst right in here. Between this scan here and 3-4 scans in front of that. I haven't seen a scan like this in many, many months. I don't think I've seen... The last one I can remember that is this much of a debris ball and this notable, the first thing that comes to my mind is Elkhorn EF4 April 26, 2024. That's the first tornado that comes to my mind when I remember what's the most recent storm that looked like this. Gracious day. Still a rope tornado on the ground. Greenfield. Yes, Greenfield was also very much like this too. Although I don't know if Greenfield was as clear classic as this. Because I mean this was a classic Oklahoma supercell right there, man. Like this is the type of supercells that occurred back in early 2010s in Oklahoma. That was just I'm shocked, speechless, shocked, barely even can speak. This is still on the ground. It looks like it actually grew a little bit. It actually looked like it's grown a bit. It's occluding towards Enid, so this is about to go through the southeast side of Enid if it doesn't lift. This is about to go through the southeast side of Enid, Oklahoma. There's over 4,000 people watching on the Weatherwise app right now, by the way. Over 4,000 people are watching this radar site as this goes through and is occluding to the northwest. So this is going to go through the southeast side of Enid, Oklahoma, if it keeps on pushing in that direction. And this might ramp up again, y'all. This might ramp up again. If it can clear out inflow, this could just straight up not lift. It is still on the ground. Got violent again. I'd like to see, yeah, look at that new radar scan. Looks like it intensified on that latest scan. So this could be an intensifying, occluding tornado. Basically what that means is the tornado tries to occlude, turns up to the northwest, and instead of it doing a full loop back and occluding, it is a failed occlusion, and now it just keeps on going. So this could continue right into the southeast side of Enid, Oklahoma, and then try to move back up to the northeast. It could be a full failed occlusion here, as this previous violent tornado, probably still an intense tornado, is going towards the southeast side of Enid, Oklahoma. Wow. Let's go over to the Wichita radar site here. Look at the debris. This is from the Wichita radar site. Not often, man. This is a radar site that is looking over 8,000 feet up into the atmosphere. Losing my voice over here. Over 8,000 up into the atmosphere. 8,000 feet up into the atmosphere. And it is able to clearly see this very large debris signature and large, strong tornado. Wow. Jake, I think a minimum of 18,000 feet, but upwards of 29,000 feet. Right now, this debris is being lofted about 18, 20,000 feet up, but when it was peaked back here, I saw debris at least up to 18,000 feet up, but maybe even upwards of 28, 29,000 feet up. It's trying to intensify. It's still on a relatively weaker side of things velocity-wise. But it is still a good cone tornado on the ground. And it is still an intense tornado. Gracious. Just an absolute surprise of a storm right here. How fast it intensified and dropped this violent tornado, man. Absolutely wild. So much debris still up in the atmosphere. Wow. You see still tornado emergency in effect here. Has this been down? Nope, there's still a tornado emergency. Hazard deadly tornado. Catastrophic damage. Oh my word. Still tornado emergency. Looking like it's still weakening, but again, there is still a large, strong to intense stovepipe on the ground. We've got visual confirmation of that. Despite what radar is saying here, we still have an intense tornado on the ground that almost lifted at one point and is now still strong to intense. Gracious. Yeah, like I said, when these things start encountering cell merges like this one did, they can start moving more deviantly. I'm still not confident this one's going to fully lift, by the way. I'm still thinking this could easily start turning into a northeast storm motion and start going right back to the northeast here. But you can see this is deviant. You can literally see how it started out here. Started moving east, northeast, jumped south. Started moving southeast, jumped, moving northeast. Started to occlude and moved northeast, northeast. Moved due north, did a full-on loop, moving southwest on that newest scan. It was moving southwest on the last 2-3 scans, and now it's starting to move again to the southeast. And we'll see if it fully lifts right here. If it's going to lift, it's going to be right here, as this velocity is very, very broad and not strong. But there is still an intense tornado on the ground. Again, there is still a large, strong, intense tornado on the ground, despite what radar is saying. Don't let radar fool you. This is still an intense tornado ongoing southeast of Enid, Oklahoma. Very, very violent tornado. Again, right in here. Despite what velocity is saying, this is still an intense to violent tornado. Again, it does look a little bit weaker than before. But goodness me. Yeah, see that velocity. I'm curious to see if that velocity is going to start re-strengthening now. Now that it's trying to start that northeast motion again. Curious to see if it's going to try to re-intensify, because you could see it's on the northern flank of this supercell, which is a very odd spot for a tornado, but that's because it should have occluded and dissipated by now, but it decided to just do a full-on loop-de-loop over here. And is still ongoing. Violent MCD. No shocker there. MCD for the potential of a violent tornado across Oklahoma. We'll take a look at that in a bit. Like I said, if it's going to lift, it's going to be right now, because that velocity, very narrow, very weak. But it is still a strong to intense tornado. Not violent anymore, but still strong to intense. Still, it doesn't look like it's completely consolidated to the very bottom and touching down, but it's still a pretty big stovepipe tornado. Very close to consolidating, if not still fully consolidated. The biggest thing is going to be, does this velocity increase here in 15 seconds? Or does it decrease and look like it's going to die out? Yeah, SBC highlighted this in northern area up here for the potential of another intense to violent tornado over the next 1 to 2 hours. Yeah, again, it is still fully on the ground. It is still ongoing. That newest scan has started to move a bit more northeast, but it still looks very, very weak. But once again, still a strong, intense tornado ongoing. I think they downgraded that to PDS now. Yeah. Well, we are still at Torrey for 2 more minutes. Once we hit 9:45 on the East Coast, we'll go down to PDS. Absolutely wild, man. Again, still, there's your tornado on the ground. It's going to head towards Enid Woodring Airport here. Still a little bit more narrow, but still a strong tornado ongoing. It is slowly weakening. Slowly looks like it's weakening here. Uh-oh. Give that 5 more seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Not significantly stronger there. A little bit stronger, though. We're going to have to watch any convergent signature that tries to start on the south side of this, right in this area. So watch this region in here for the potential of another large, strong tornado to try to develop going towards Covington. I can kind of see right in here. This looks like a little area where we could be getting a hook echo. So we need to watch down there. Looks like you're right back up to almost a reflectivity debris ball over here. But the debris is definitely considerably lower now. This thing it just isn't going to quit, is it? It's just not going to quit. Yep, there you go. This is so deviant. It just did another flip. Look at that. It just did another full U-E. Thought it was moving northeast again. Nope. Went due north. Went due southeast. And now it's moving south. It's done 2 full loops over here. And it hasn't lifted. It hasn't lifted. We've had visual confirmation that this has not lifted ever since somewhere near the Vance Air Force Base, south of Enid. Somewhere in here it touched down, and it has not lifted since. Even as it's done 2 loop-de-loops. Holy crap. I'm really hoping that this didn't go through any very residential areas. Sadly, I think it did. Yep, had a horizontal vortex, of course. My goodness. My goodness. All right, Tori dropped, but we are still at a PDS observed. I don't think it hit downtown. I know it didn't hit downtown Enid, but it might have scraped the outskirts of southeastern Enid. And then it definitely hit near that Air Force Base, Vance Air Force Base, south of Enid. Definitely hit right around that area, maybe even the southern side of the Air Force Base. Oh, that is the weakest it's ever looked. Any visual confirmation still? Maybe. Oh, wait, hold on. Might still be a tiny little rope embedded in the rain back there. Oh, I still see a funnel. It looks like it's still a tiny little rope trying to hang on. It's trying to hang on, but I don't think it's going to hang on for much longer. Not with that velocity signature. A brief tornado reported in Newkirk whilst we were down here watching this tour E. Also, we've had a confirmed warning in Iowa for a very long time. I just didn't have the time to look up there because I wanted to be very much locked in on that tour E. I don't know if this ever lofted any decent debris up here. But we did have a tornado 24 minutes ago here near Prairie City in Iowa. As I mentioned that, they get rid of the tornado warning entirely. What about our storm down here? Haha, love it. You love to see it. Love it. Hoping, fingers crossed, that thing stays weak. But we're going to have to start watching the southern end here in this area for the potential of a tornado to develop. I don't see it on the ground anymore. I think this has lifted. I think that this has lifted. Gracious. Starting to get more and more photos and videos out here. My word, man. Gracious, man. So again, we have the potential for a strong tornado threat on the southern side of this storm. I don't think this storm is done. We'll have to see how cell mergers play a role into this thing, but I don't think that this thing is done. Just want to go ahead and do this real quick. Go back. There's a loop of it for you. Just wild. Just wild. I want to go to weather-wise because they added that feature with minimum correlation coefficient. Okay, wait. You can't even see it because there's so much dark blue everywhere. Normally, it's a lot more clean than that. I just go back on CC. Yeah, there's been so much debris that it looks like it's full corrupted here. There's been too much debris that it's not useful. It's not useful because there's been too much debris. But here, you can at least see this. Which that product hasn't updated in a while either. Our products be breaking. Gracious day. You know, I do want to go back on this just a bit here. And I want to close this radar site since I screwed it up. I want to reopen it. Let's see. There we go. Oh, it's still corrupted. There you go. See if this fixed it at all. Okay, no, that's still corrupted, but I fixed velocity. Bring me my radar back. I want to get a... Crap. Okay, 18,000 feet on that. Maybe it was before that. Trying to get some 3D scans here, y'all. Aha. There you go. 0122Z is when it was no longer PDS now. But that's when it was probably lofting debris the highest. Let's just get a 3D. Ooh, nearest one's going to be 21. Dang. Okay, this we'll have to do right here. Let's see just generally. This is using a more accurate product here. Yeah, clearly a minimum of 15 to 18,000 feet. Anything more than that, you could definitely debate on. But minimum 18 plus thousand feet right there. And then here is your 3D scan. What a supercell, dude. What a supercell. Absolutely insane. If I go back to this, we'll do a bigger 3D scan. This is when the hook was a bit more rain wrapped. So if we go back to when it was very classic. Like right in here. I wonder what this looked like. Just increase that a bit more. Decrease that. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, man. What a 3D. What a 3D on that. Look at that. You could clearly see the mesocyclone right here. How awesome is that? Right there, right there, right there, getting rain wrapped. How awesome. Gracious day. Holy crap, man. What an insane supercell. Meteorological standpoint, that's about as classic as you can get. And unfortunately, that means it is a very bad scenario. That means that it was a very horrible scenario, because that's about as good as it gets when it comes to what radar looks like for a classic debris signature. I mean, that is upper echelon radar imagery. Holy crap. I mean, this thing just formed so fast too. Like I remember not but like an hour and a half ago, hour and a half ago, me and Critty were starting to debate on if the storm was turning right or still moving northeast. Little did we know that would produce the most violent tornado of the year. I don't think that's really debatable. I think this is clearly the most violent tornado of the year. I'd be shocked if anybody's going to argue with that. I hope this storm is done. I really, really hope this storm is done. But we definitely need to watch the southern side of this, just in case it's not. Our northern storm put down, 2-3 quick tours and one strong to intense tornado. This storm put down one strong to intense, or rather, my bad, intense to violent tornado. And hopefully that's all we see out of this storm. Hopefully it's just that one tornado, even though that one tornado, unfortunately, was very horrible. Yeah, I already saw the slabbed homes near Enid. I saw that from... Unfortunately, yeah, I was able to watch that live. I saw chasers go into that slabbed area. So definitely slabbed homes, unfortunately. Really hoping everyone was okay. And is okay. Fingers crossed. Definitely a very, very horrible situation there. There we go. Just going to get this up real quick. Good news is this is starting to get interfered with the cluster on the northern end, so I'm really hoping that this is going to start not being a huge tornado problem. But who knows? It easily could end up being a big issue again. HRRR is wrong. I don't even know what the heck the HRRR is doing. What's it going to do for tomorrow? Bringing it closer to the Arklatex area for the greatest all hazards threat tomorrow. Southeast Oklahoma, Northeast Texas, Southwest Arkansas. Like I said, definitely going to be live tomorrow. Just depends how long. And then Saturday, you could see not anything too insane, but you do get that random discrete supercell trying to become an MCS there across Oklahoma on Saturday. And look at that. That would be a huge issue right there. That would be a huge issue in Southeast Oklahoma on Saturday. But Saturday, I have a good feeling is going to change quite a bit. A lot of uncertainty regarding Saturday's severe weather threat. Then, of course, we have Sunday and Monday to go through too, but I'm not going to go full in-depth on that stuff right now. We'll do that. We'll definitely do an in-depth discussion tomorrow for sure. And, we did one earlier in this live stream, obviously. Wow, so none of the WOFUS runs picked up on this storm. Am I seeing this correctly? 2 counties there. Yeah, none of the WOFUS storms. Look at that. See how it's literally there, the run before, but then when you go to current, all the runs just think that the storm's not there. Every single one of them. Every single one of them acknowledges that it was there 10 minutes ago. None of them acknowledge that it's there now. So shows you how little confidence we had in this storm actually maintaining itself. Oh, heck no. Today was not moderate risk worthy. Definitely not. SIG 2, that was debatable, but it was very conditional. It was very, very debatable and very conditional for a SIG 2 risk. But if I woke up to a moderate risk, I would have been losing my mind. I would have been like, what in the world? This is not worth a moderate risk. That would have been a big shocker if we woke up to a moderate. But here's what you just got to look at. And verification's important, but right now the most important thing is getting relief to those impacted by this violent tornado. That's by far the most important thing right now. We can talk about verification tomorrow or day following a little bit more in depth. Definitely going to be watching this storm in Webb City here. Keep an eye on that. Tornado warning for 28 minutes on that storm. No tornado warning on this storm because it's not needed. It looks very disorganized right now, but I still want to watch this area in here, specifically right in here, and see how these mergers interact with that area. Really want to monitor that closely. I'm assuming this is our failed tornado storm here. Our failed tornadic storm. This is a new updraft starting here. Like I said earlier, the later we go in the night, the harder it is for more storms to fire. And that dry line's retreating. So those storms should not do anything. I think we're in the clear from another intense tornado threat. I do still think we could easily get a strong tornado out of either this tail end Charlie here or out of this storm here. But I think from an intense plus tornado perspective, we're in the clear now. That dry line has definitely retreated. But yeah, additional storm development is definitely possible behind these storms in south central Kansas and north central Oklahoma. I see what the HRRR is hinting at tonight for those additional storms to develop towards midnight and later. Don't know how much of a tornado problem those are going to be, but definitely could see a few tornadoes still tonight, and a strong tornado or two definitely still possible. Oh, look at that. Tornado warning up here in Missouri. This is just north of Liberty. Area of convergence here that we'll need to monitor. We did also get the violent MCD from the SPC. That goes till 11:45 Eastern. Primary supercell tornado risk for the next hour or two. If storms eventually merge, the strong lower level wind shear and ample instability will still favor rotation in tornadoes along with damaging winds later this evening. Supercells have been producing strong tornadoes, most recently a lone storm across the dry line just south of Enid, Oklahoma, with others within the complex of storms from K to Osage. I forgot how you pronounce that, but I remember saying that county last year. The large Cape steep mid-level updraft or steep mid-level lapse rates, and the environment will continue to support tremendous updrafts and lower level jet increases in speed and enhancing shear. I read that a little bit wrong, but just know the environment is going to get a little bit better. And so the risk for tornadoes is going to continue to increase up until about 11:30. And then after 11:30, that risk is going to go down. Yeah, you can see your violent tornado parameter. Oh my goodness, it is shrunk. Look at that. Look at that. That's crazy. That is really, really good. Really good news. But you could see why in the last hour or so, we had that violent tornado near Enid. What fell off? I'm guessing instability is the reason why that's decreased a lot. I'm assuming. But like I said, with all this wind shear and just as long as you have 1,000 plus cape, which we still have 5,000 down here, you're going to have the risk for QLCS tornadoes. But yeah, the tornado risk with these storms just greatly, sharply decreased according to that mesoanalysis. Is that the newest one? Yes, that was the new mesoanalysis too. Still, that guy could be a problem. Still pretty dang close to that volatile environment. Uncomfortably close. I saw it on live streams. I saw it from 2 different live streams. I haven't gotten any actual photos. I saw it live of slabbed homes and very considerable damage. Still getting tornado warnings up here. That's crazy. So no observed tornado warnings, nothing very significant to watch right now. We're kind of in that phase where we're kind of waiting to see if these storms can recycle or not. This one I'm watching closely, but it's far from the radar, so I'm unsure how strong it actually is. Northeast Iowa in about an hour. I'm going to be driving right through it to pick up a friend. Well, I can tell you this. Definitely going to rain. A lot of lightning, a lot of thunder, a lot of heavy rain, maybe even some gusty winds of 40 miles per hour and some small hail near ½ inch in diameter. Most likely nothing severe up that way, but definitely a few strong storms possible. Very heavy rain. Like I said, a lot of lightning, very heavy rain, a lot of thunder, 40-mile-an-hour winds possible, ½ inch hail possible. Tornado threat is near zero up there. You really don't got to worry about tornadoes up in northeast Iowa. The main severe weather threat in Iowa is going to be focused across this corridor in here. Southeastern Iowa. Still just watching this area. These cell mergers are getting closer and closer to ending, and once they eventually stop impacting that hook a lot, we'll probably see that try to intensify. Might even have a little area rotation up here right now. Some additional storms trying to fire behind this line too. I think that tornado watch is bugged because it says they removed it for that county. I have a hard time believing they removed that tornado watch before storms actually moved through. So yeah, we've had a few tornadoes in Iowa that I wasn't able to cover too well because we were really locked in on that violent tornado. Gracious. Also a mass casualty event has been declared. So, mass casualty incident declared south of Enid, Oklahoma now. So there's probably going to be a very widespread EMS response out there. Fingers crossed, man. Yeah, I did see that storm east of Lawton. Like I said, down here, I don't really expect these to survive. They could keep on going with some lightning, but I don't expect them to really explode. Especially not even close to what the storm south of Enid did. Also, the Vance, Enid, Oklahoma, just reported a wind gust of 107, my bad, 107 mile per hour wind gust report from the Vance Air Force Base south of Enid, Oklahoma. 107. So definitely at least got RFD on that MEDAR. If not, they could have been hit directly by a tornado. See what this scan has to say here in 18 seconds. These two storms trying to produce brief tornadoes. Remember, I talked about this area across Kansas City. Remember, I talked about this with the QLCS tornado potential here. I mentioned that very early in the live stream that this was an area that I would be watching. I don't see any notable CC drops or anything on the ground, but those definitely could end up producing tornadoes. I still think this has some stuff to work out before it tries to produce another tornado here. If it does. Right now, it doesn't look that tornadic. All this light green, this is bats and bugs. Bats and bugs. Bats and bugs. Over here, this looks more like rain. This is bats and bugs. Some of these are little rain showers here, but yeah, all this interference is all bats and bugs. Got the, where's the bat cave out here near San Antonio? Aha, there it is. And look at that. It's earlier today. 8:19 p.m. Eastern Time. The bats. Very cool. I love looking at that stuff. I often forget about it, but I love looking at it when I remember. Now, we'll see if we get a little extension here. They might just do a little tornado watch extension from our current tornado watch that we have active, or we may get a whole new watch. We'll see. Have they discussed that? Nah, they ain't discussed it yet. Yeah, this expires in 1 minute. This expires in 1 minute. That MCD will be gone shortly. This one expires in 30 minutes. Wait. Yeah, 30 minutes. This one expires in like an hour 30. So this is going to be our longest lasting MCD that we have right now. Where's the last one? Oh, this one. Yeah, a new severe watch was issued with this one. This expires in an hour and 15. But we already have a new watch issuance from that. So for sure, multiple areas, like I said, here in Oklahoma to keep an eye on. That is for sure. QLCS spam trying to happen out here in western Missouri, just like I was thinking. Although I thought it would be a little bit further west, still just like what I was thinking. Definitely plentiful amount of tornado warnings there. Look at the terminal radar. Golly. Terminal radar definitely shows all those areas of rotation. Let's see if we got the new 01Z HRRR. Yep, coming in right now. I want to see if that shows the Enid storm at all, or if it is still being stupid. Wophus is also being stupid. Wophus didn't even acknowledge the Enid supercell on its newest runs, so every Wophus run is dead wrong. All 18 of them. Remember, this is only Outbreak Day 1. A new tornado warning for Covington in Oklahoma. This is only Outbreak Day 1. We still have tomorrow, which I expect to be considerably less of a tornado threat. And then, of course, we have Saturday, which could be big. Sunday, which could also be big, depending on Sunday's Dryline, which, you know, considering how today's Dryline went, definitely could be a problem. And then we have Monday. Dreaded Monday. Definitely could end up being a big-time outbreak. A lot of people are saying that this tornado, the one that we just experienced in Air Force Base, probably the craziest tornado since like 2016 in Oklahoma, in terms of just population hit, as well as strength, being photogenic. Very, very impressive tornado. Yeah, so just like I said, this did get tornado warned again. Still has a little bit more to clean up here. A little bit more convection to get rid of in here. But this should start tightening up quite a bit more over the next 30 minutes or so. Still continuing with that area of rotation and still continuing that tornado warning. NWS continuing that for Richmond and western Missouri. I don't know if we're going to see a small severe watch expansion here, but we should see some sort of watch here for maybe a few of these counties. I don't know how long this thing can last. That's why I was really wanting to see this new HRRR here, which does account for the Enid storm, although it's still dead wrong. For the line, it accounts for the line, obviously. And it says the line's going to weaken here towards 11. So a new watch may not be fully needed, but we'll probably get a little extension of our watch. Maybe a small new severe watch. We'll see. Man, I have a lot of stuff open right here. Gracious. All right, it doesn't have that big of a couplet yet. It still needs some time to reorganize. Holy crap. Go click that tweet in chat. Be prepared to be amazed. Wow, man. What an insane photo. Just wild. Absolutely crazy. Now we wait to see if this thing can recycle or not. See what our new HRRR has here. Yeah, like I said, still has a risk for severe weather. I mean, this thing's going to keep going for much of the early overnight hours. Definitely concerned for Oklahoma. Definitely going to be watching Oklahoma tonight. But thankfully, the new HRRR, look at this. Big difference. Finally acknowledges that our environment won't be volatile in the overnight hours. It's going to be a lot less of a favorable environment, which also reflects on our supercell composite. Still a favorable environment. Just want to double check that this is new, right? Yep, still a favorable environment. Let's look at that violent tornado parameter again. It's still up there. It is still up there. Definitely worried for that southern storm. That thing's getting discreet again. These two are going to be isolated tornado risk, but shouldn't be too crazy. This is the one I'm worried about. I'm really starting to get worried about this Covington storm. But right now it's just a big blob, but I have a feeling that big blob is going to try to organize. Still needs a little bit more time. Little bit more time. Bro, that's crazy. Got a video out of the Air Force base, man. Got these members of the Air Force out here serving the U.S. and then they end up with a tornado warning. What do? They're men, so of course they're going to go run outside and film the tornado. What else are you going to do? Get in your safe spot? Definitely one of the tornadoes, though, that, you know, if that's a deviant tornado, that could have gone very wrong. That could have gone extraordinarily wrong because all it took was a little bit of a deviant motion from that thing and it would have headed right for those people filming the tornado. But of course, you've got a bunch of men out there filming a violent tornado about to hit the southern side of their base. Definitely do not recommend standing outside whilst a tornado is heading for you. You should definitely be in your safe spot. But those people who were filming should have been fine. They were on the north side of the Air Force base, so thankfully this tornado stayed away from the main population of that Air Force base. But I still think it ended up hitting some population on the southern to southeast side of that Air Force base. So just hoping everyone was okay there. And like I said, fingers crossed, man. I know we have a mass casualty incident declared south of Enid, Oklahoma, but you know, hopefully there isn't actually any casualties there. I haven't gotten any confirmation of fatalities yet. All right. Yeah, still trying to get its act together. I still don't see this producing a tornado yet. But we'll continue to monitor it. The biggest thing, Ben, is to get mass response. Oftentimes when it is declared, we do end up with a bunch of injuries and sometimes fatalities, and sometimes a few fatalities, but the biggest thing is to just get a mass response there. It considerably helps getting multiple resources and response efforts to that area, and just kind of increases the seriousness of the situation to let people around the area know how serious that area has been hit. Kind of like, a state of emergency. State of emergencies help increase resources and get National Guard in, but it doesn't always mean it's going to be a catastrophe. Yeah, populated areas definitely got hit. I don't think downtown Enid got hit, but like the southern side, like I said, the southern side of the Air Force Base into southern Enid definitely got hit. Roughly this vicinity in here. Obviously, the NWS is going to go conduct their own survey, get way more precise than that. But just from my memory, which ain't very good, that's generally the area where we're looking at the worst impacts from that tornado. Let's go back up to Missouri here. Nothing too crazy here. Still, just being your safe spot, these storms could produce brief, weak spin-ups. Man, still just not liking this storm. I know it's not like crazy right now, but something that I'm just not liking. Discrete storm in an environment like today, we've already seen what happens when you end up with that combination. Yeah. But I'm not gonna cover all night. I'm still gonna be here for a while longer. I still want to wait and see if we're gonna get an MCD for Eastern Oklahoma. And I'm definitely a bit concerned for what could happen tonight across Oklahoma. That's for sure my number one concern. So please be weather aware if you are out here. We're gonna stay live for probably at least another hour here, just to monitor this, to hopefully see these storms die out a bit more. I'm switching between all of them, Ben. I have all four of these pulled up on GR2. Kansas City as well. So actually, I don't have. Which one do I not have pulled up? I have Wichita's pulled up. Topeka, which I could probably switch that one. And Vance. So this one I probably should. This one's actually called Vance AFB Oklahoma. That's the radar site's tag name. Actual tag name is KVNX. I mean, the conditional risk further south was a bust, but how can a very conditional risk be a bust, Like, it's a very conditional risk for a reason. So, sure, it was a bust further to the south, but I mean, it was a 2% SIG 1, dude. It was very conditional for a reason. All right, let's go back to this storm. Thankfully, it hasn't recycled yet. Hoping that that continues to be the case and this thing doesn't end up recycling. We'll continue to wait and see on that. Yeah, OKC definitely gives you a better look, that's for sure. I mean, this storm here is about to head outside the tornado watch area, so I don't know if they plan on issuing like a big tornado watch downstream here, like if they're going to end up putting a watch out for these whole areas in here as it goes downstream, or if they're just planning on doing a little local extension north of Tulsa. But they ought to put out a watch in the next hour. 30 minutes, hour from now. Man, all these storms in Missouri went from looking crazy to barely tornadic. Just one possible severe left on that one. Love to see it. So that line definitely did die out quick, like the HRRR was saying. It would die out towards 11 o'clock. HRRR was right for once. Man, what a day. What an insane day. Don't know about you guys, but this definitely overperformed from some of my expectations. Especially with that violent tornado. I didn't expect that. I did expect the potential for an intense tornado today, like what we had in north central Oklahoma, but that violent tornado in Enid, south of Enid, definitely wasn't something I was expecting. So, I know people are going to trash the SPC, but man, good on the SPC, dude. I know their 10% tour props wasn't far enough south to include the violent tour, but it still was smack dab in the middle of the SIG 1. It was still on the edge of that slight enhanced risk. So, if people in Enid were paying attention to all day in and around Enid, they would have known about the risk for severe weather. The first one I would say is more of an intense tornado. But the second one I think is at least fine. The second one is easily EF4 intensity. I'd be shocked if it doesn't get rated as EF4. Anybody can make that assumption after you see the damage, see the tornado, see the radar imagery, see the location. Those four things easily can think high-end EF3 or EF4 tornado. So, yeah, but still, they'll probably, the thing about surveys here, they'll probably start surveys tomorrow. I think they're going to do the bulk of their surveying tomorrow because we have a big time threat rolling through here on Saturday. So I think a lot of the surveying that, a lot of the severe weather that happened today, the bulk of the surveying is going to have to happen tomorrow because many of the areas under the gun for severe weather today are going to be under the gun for severe weather on Saturday. And if not Saturday, then Monday or Sunday and then Monday. So, the only area that's going to have a good amount of time to do surveying is like southern Iowa, central Iowa. Because you guys don't have to worry about severe weather till Monday. But for Oklahoma, you've got one day. Tomorrow is a rest day, then Saturday, Sunday, and maybe even in eastern Oklahoma, Monday for the potential of severe weather. So I think the bulk of the surveying is going to be done tomorrow across Oklahoma. No more tornado warnings for our storms in north central Oklahoma. Look at that. Only tornado warning is for this storm, which it just hasn't looked impressive. It really doesn't look good. I'll just be honest with you. It's been trying to cycle, but it hasn't looked good. This storm doesn't give me great confidence in the potential for a strong tornado threat out of it. It's the tail end Charlie, and it's in a good environment. That's about all it has going for it. storm might not actually take full advantage of that environment. And remember, your dry line is retreating. Your dry line is retreating out of this area. So we'll still monitor it. I think it could still increase in rotation here in the next 30 minutes. We'll have to see what it looks like after that. But all these storms out here, this whole line looks like it's dying out. The main risk, a very select few storms to watch over here. Main area for sure still needs watching is right up in this area. That's where I'm watching the utmost by far, not even close. Man, Twitter still does have its funny moments. As bad as I want to get rid of that app, it still has its funny moments. The weather community actually can sometimes be funny. Monday could be a big day also. Yeah. Man, I just hope everyone in Enid's okay. I can't get that off of my mind. I'm not going to be able to get that off my mind for a while. I haven't seen stuff like that in a long time. That signature, like I said, I haven't seen since in a populated area, like I said, 2024. In that populated of an area. So, hoping everyone's all right there. Haven't gotten any new reports. Just hoping everyone's all right. Gracious day, man. Yeah, definitely, unfortunately, slabbed homes. I actually just found a new video of a neighborhood. I mean, it looks like an apocalypse, really. I mean, that's at least 3 slabbed or either near slabbed or fully slabbed homes. Just hoping everybody was seeking shelter accordingly. This is the next area to watch. We might get a new warning for it here soon if it keeps acting up with that hook echo. Can you link? Well, I refreshed my feed, but if I find, well, I just found it. Look at that. I refreshed it and it popped right back up. Here's one video. This is the one that shows very catastrophic damage. Of course, it depends how well built those homes are, obviously. And if they're, they could be anything. I don't know if they're well-built brick homes. I'm just saying it looks like they're slabbed, whatever they are. I'm not saying that that's like, EF4 plus intensity rating right there. The NWS is going to be the people who obviously make the call on that. Yeah, the London EF4, Lucky, Kentucky EF4 definitely reminds me of. This reminds me of that. The big thing was though that tornado happened in a radar dead zone. So if we had a radar closer, to when that tornado happened, closer to London, I'd have to imagine the radar would have looked similar to like what we saw today. out here south of Enid. But I don't. London tornado, man, that one. Whew, the damage on that was absurd. Absolutely absurd. Area of convergence still there. Weak area of rotation could get a tornado out of it. We'll see if it needs a warning or not. It's right on that edge of needs a tornado warning. We'll just see what Norman does. That's our only tornado warning though, and it's in an area where there's actually no rotation. So we're only at one tornado warning. So that should show you how the environment went from very favorable about an hour and a half ago to not that very favorable. It's still multiple failed storms down here in southern Oklahoma. This is far too, so this convergence easily could just be a little area of a little bit more corrupted because it's far from radar. For a split second, I thought you were talking about that video I sent in chat being like a being like they took tornado damage from another tornado and put it there on social media, spread misinformation. You do have to watch for that, unfortunately. Be careful about that. There's a good chance I'm probably going to fall for it quite a few times. Who knows? I might have already fallen for it. Where people take old tornado damage footage and then just put the town name of the area that was impacted and then post it. So they take damage from a different tornado in a different city that got impacted a few years ago and then put it over, you know, where they say it's a said tornado that occurred today. My brain is starting to fail, y'all. Past 10 o'clock. Brain is starting to fail. Excuse me. Bless me. Harsh. Like I said, just a little area to watch. It's not significant. Not as bad as like what Sam was starting to say. Sam over here. And Rockets. It's actually Rockets. I think Sam's asleep. Rockets confuse the two people. Rockets over here saying, you know, I jinxed it, but I don't think we're going to be seeing an intense plus tornado threat out of this storm again. I'm going to go over to the 01Z. Very complex situation tomorrow. This is going to have a lot of uncertainty with it. I don't know when I'll be live tomorrow. That thing's going to have a lot of uncertainty with it. Big old question mark right there. Funny looking question mark. Oh, Sam, I thought you left. I ain't gonna lie. You're still here. I thought you left. I said this storm probably wouldn't do anything unless it turned right, and then it would be a big problem. Go back in the stream if you don't believe me. I literally said, if it keeps going northeast, it will have a brief tornado risk with it, but probably nothing significant. And if it turns right, it could be a big problem in this environment. And Critty was saying the same thing. Critty was saying he was one of the first people to point out that, you know, it's starting to turn right. And at first, I didn't think it was, but then obviously it did turn right. I'm going to say it ended up being a big problem. You think? Yeah, it definitely ended up being a big problem. That's for sure. I think the HRRR might be overdoing the intensity of these storms tonight. They don't look as bad as what the HRRR is portraying. Just in case you guys ever think the NAM model is good, look at the NAM for right now. 0203Z. The NAM 3K is garbage, man. Wow. The NAM 3K is absolute garbage. And it shows nothing, really nothing notable tomorrow. And then it does have an MCS on Sunday, like the HRRR tries to portray with an MCS or clustered storms moving through Oklahoma. Ooh, look at Sunday night, man. Sunday night on the NAM model. What an environment. And look at the 500 millibar wind speeds here. Definitely not very well amplified. And that would definitely cause some over-convection issues for Monday. You could see where your main warm sector would start, and then where you have that over-convection problem out in front. I have a good feeling the NAM's going to go ham tomorrow. I did not mean to rhyme that, but you know what? We'll stick with it. Have a good feeling I'm going to wake up to the 12Z NAM showing something absolutely insane for Monday. Let's see. Yeah, not the NAM 3K. The NAM 3K, garbage. The NAM model, a little bit better. NAM model is still pretty rough, but the NAM model is at least a little bit better than the 3K version. Bro wakes up after 12Z is 8 a.m. I ain't got a reason to be up at 8 a.m., bucko. I wake up at about 9:30. No reason for me to be up at 8 a.m. in the morning, dude. I wake up at 5 a.m., buddy. Good job. Want a cookie? I stay up late tracking severe weather, then get up a little bit late so I can do it all over again. How many more multiple days of severe weather events would you like this month? 0. 0. I would love 0. Severe weather is fun to track, but if I had to choose, I would rather just severe weather never happen. I'd be perfectly fine with that. I'd go find a different hobby. Welcome back, Legacy. If your laptop died, how are you back and it's now at 3%? Did it take that long to charge 3%? That's wild. 9:30 a.m. or p.m. Buddy, I've been live for 4 hours. If I woke up at 9:30 p.m., basic math does not work. Do some math, bucko. There's your big severe thunderstorm watch. I expect them to issue that. That is beautiful. I love it when we go from a tornado watch to a severe watch. Northern Illinois tonight. Some isolated severe storms rolling through tonight. Very heavy rain, lightning, 40 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, all possible. Wouldn't completely rule out a brief tornado somewhere in Illinois, but I highly doubt it will be anything notable. If it is a tornado, if we do see a tornado in Illinois, it will definitely be very weak and very brief. But the risk of a tornado is fairly low. So main threat, heavy rain, lightning, and 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts in northern Illinois. Now, you really got to pay attention to Monday. Monday is going to be your main day for severe weather if you live anywhere in the state of Illinois. That's the day to watch. We'll see which way it trends, but right now it looks like central to western Illinois is the biggest threat. Mainly across these areas here in Illinois. Kind of the central pointing south portion of the state. Near Hickory, NC. Am I tripping? Hold on. Okay, Hickory, NC. I've been there. Chased there not too long ago. We chased a severe thunderstorm in this area. Not too long ago, chased that area. Definitely no violent tornado threat near you. Definitely not. Brooklyn, welcome to the stream. Tornado threat has gone down. If you haven't already, I do want to mention the extraordinarily violent tornado that you might have heard of south of Enid, a mass casualty event there. So keep people south of Enid in mind. Very violent tornado rolled through there. Probably one of the strongest tornadoes we've seen in that portion of Oklahoma, probably since like 2016 or before. One of the craziest signatures I've seen in a long time for a populated area in Oklahoma. Can't even recall the last time I saw that type of signature in Oklahoma. Talking about central to northern. I mean, I can recall the Barnsdale tornado in eastern Oklahoma, but for central and northern Oklahoma, I don't even know the last time we saw a signature like that. But yeah, for you, you're in the severe thunderstorm watch. Storms are definitely weakening and are weakening much quicker than anticipated. Much quicker than anticipated. And I really don't know 100% why they're weakening so fast, but, you know, they are. I'm not going to fuss much about it. So I would expect lightning, heavy rain, a brief tornado could be possible, but mainly lightning, heavy rain, 40 to 60 mile an hour winds, half-inch in diameter hail. Wouldn't fully rule out a brief tornado. And it will be still late tonight. Not as late as the HRRR. I don't think it will be that late. This stuff is rolling through earlier than the HRRR, but most likely still looking at, 2-3 hours from now, 11 o'clock. So that'd be 3 o'clock, 1 a.m. your time. Roughly 1 a.m. for you. Midnight, 1 a.m. But I don't think it's a big enough threat that you need to stay up for. So, if you just want to have alarms set up just in case, have alerts turned on, you'd be good. Keep your alerts turned on your phone. I did see tornadoes in California the other day. Sure did. We're tornado warning list, y'all. Are we? Yeah, we are tornado warning list. Oh my goodness. I can't believe my eyes. I'm dreaming right now. We are tornado warning list. Look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. No tornado warnings. They just canceled the tornado warning in Oklahoma. Trying to see if I can get lucky in here for a few minutes. It's corruption, guys. It's corruption. This doesn't need a tornado warning. I wouldn't rule out a brief tornado with this, but it doesn't need a tornado warning. This is contamination and far from the radar. It's not even possible. They don't even plan on this thing being a potential tornado threat. I'll send you one really good picture of the tornado. This one was insane. This was probably tornado of the year contention right there. Good morning, Lucky. All right, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Hola, chat.
How are you feeling? A little bit better?
Oh yeah, we feeling a little bit better. Um, not 100% yet. I would say we're probably about.
What was that? You cut out.
I think we're at 75% right now.
Yep. And that's how I felt for 2 weeks. I was at 75%. I could still stream, but I couldn't stream for like more than an hour or two.
Say
Yeah.
that again.
You might feel like that for another week or two.
Who?
You.
Nah.
That lasted for a full week for me. Like I had slow start, like what you're feeling now is how I started with the first day or two. Then it got really bad for 2 days, and then for like a week, almost two straight, I had the same symptoms you have now for that entire like 7 to 14 day stretch.
Nah, I'll be alright. They just
Welcome,
trying to
Brooklyn.
stop me, y'all. Chad, they're trying to
Welcome.
stop me.
No, they're not.
They're trying to stop me. They're doing everything they can to stop me. It's
You're,
just not gonna work.
it's gonna work.
No, it's not.
Lucky's sick, Legacy, and you're welcome, Brooklyn. uh, I don't know why I find it funny when Lucky is sick. I apologize, yo. Yeah, it's like your friend falling down the stairs, you know? You laugh at him and then you help him. Not the other way around. You don't help him and then laugh. You laugh first.
Yeah, but in this scenario, he hasn't helped much.
Bro, dude, I sat here for like 6 hours one day watching you race in circles. I've helped plenty.
You know what? Yeah, you have cured some boredom. I guess.
I have suffered my own pain of sitting in this chair for 6 hours watching you go in circles consistently wrecking. I think I've helped a little.
Yo, that's not true. I'm actually pretty good at the game.
Yeah, your last few races don't say that.
Oh, I'm pretty good. I'll hop on right now. I'll screen share to chat, and they go watch me win, yo.
No thanks.
No, I need to find a way to stream iRacing because
I was gonna say you should consider doing a gaming stream on iRacing though.
yeah, look, mute me real quick.
Go ahead. Oh, yep. You would just have to zoom it in more and you should be fine. You have to see where it pops up at. Just mute VC. Mute VC. Sure, there's a way. TRG cold spread through the computer and infected Lucky. Oh, my cold infected Lucky. I see what you mean there. I can't read. Apparently, I'm unable to read past 9 and speak. Lucky's dying. Lucky, did you see you're unmuted? Reed Timmer and Tiv2 got in the tornado earlier today. It wasn't the violent tornado. It was a tornado in north central Oklahoma.
No, I didn't see that, man. I'm low key. I haven't been tapped in today. Been all over the place.
Let's see. Hello, Catman, Mister. I'm shocked this isn't a tornado watch. A little shocked this isn't a tornado watch.
Also, I seen hi Haley and hi everybody else that said hi to me. I meant to say that, but yeah. Hope y'all are doing great. Hope y'all are doing better than me at least. You're doing better than me. That's a plus.
Yeah, no, I don't think it should be a tornado watch. No. The ingredients have consistently gone down, and the HRRR looks less and less favorable, so I don't really think there will be a huge tornado threat across Oklahoma tonight. I still want to monitor it and just see, but there's no notable, like, there's nothing keeping these storms alive. It's not a cold front. You could see here that your front is back down in here. So, like if we go to the HRRR, we go to dew points. Your cold front doesn't come through until tonight, which is closer to like midnight. And even as that comes through, everything goes upscale. So, really, these aren't going to be on much of a forcing mechanism. They ignited off of the dry line. Front in quotation marks. Let's just go to fronts. Let's just go to the WPC. And you can clearly see at 06Z tomorrow morning, that's 2 a.m. tonight Eastern, 1 a.m. Central, low pressure, cold front, warm front. Right there, bucko. Don't you put me in quotation marks. I may get my fronts confused every now and then, but I can tell you that is a front. I ain't stupid.
No,
That's
it's
a
not.
front. Yes, it is. Hey, shut up. You ain't got an opinion in all this.
What?
You don't get
No
an opinion in this. You haven't been tracking weather for like 6 months. Get out of here.
cap.
Oh
Cap.
man.
I literally looked at my radar last night.
See, now that's cap. I don't know why the new
No, I
HRRR
promise you,
uptrend
bro, it
did.
was raining. I had to make sure it was actual rain and not me hallucinating. Because apparently now in North Carolina we don't get rain. Rain's illegal here, I guess.
I don't know,
Lucky,
Catman. I don't think it's a needed tornado watch,
lucky, go back to
but
bed.
it's a borderline low end tornado watch.
I can't go to bed yet, yo.
Nah, he ain't going to bed till 1.
At
Me
least,
either.
yo.
Yeah, me either.
Yeah, at least.
I gotta go find me some food to keep me up, so Lucky's gonna carry this last few minutes of the stream.
Oh, hold on. Let me at least open my software real quick. Give me a second.
No,
So I
no,
know
no.
what I'm talking.
I ain't gonna leave you yet.
Oh. Well, still let me open it.
I
So
won't
that
leave you. What are your thoughts on Monday for Arkansas? Severe weather is possible.
Arkansas weather.
Oh man, yeah. You got queso in your state, so
What?
you may be okay.
You're right. No, don't worry, bro. He's gonna keep the whole state of Arkansas
Is he?
down.
Oh my word, he's playing. Are you smarter than a fifth grader right now?
I know I am.
Man, it's funny because I was talking about him playing that yesterday to my little brother, and here he is sparking that up for the first time in forever. I love queso. I love him. That's my hobby away from weather is watching queso live streams.
Oh, yep, yep,
Talladega forecast. Yeah,
yep.
TRG will be
I think a
live and
forecast.
not watching any of it.
No, yo. So TRG has like the biggest decision of his like life. It feels like for him, Talladega race or weather stream.
I think Talladega
Can
will
he
be
cut?
fine. Definitely a
He
risk
he
for
he
some
thinks his.
isolated rain showers, but I think it will be perfectly fine. I don't see a likelihood of rain on Sunday. Now, Saturday for the ARCA and O'Reilly series, the ARCA in the morning has a chance to be delayed, and then maybe even some spotted showers in the evening. So, ARCA could get a little delay, but I don't expect any major delays. I think Saturday and Sunday will go relatively smoothly, but Sunday definitely has a much better chance to go smoothly than Saturday. And there's no racing tomorrow, last time I checked. At least there's no ARCA, Truck, O'Reilly's, or Cup on a Friday tomorrow. As for
Don't worry, I'll go
temps,
there.
just in case you're running for temps too, this time last year I was heading down to Talladega. So tomorrow I'd be leaving for Talladega if it were last year. Uh, very nice Saturday. Very nice Saturday, mid 70s, very nice. And then Sunday should be right on par with that. Very nice. Looks really good. Humidity might be a bit of a issue on Saturday. Could feel a bit sticky and muggy out there. Sunday a little bit less sticky and muggy.
We don't like it when it's sticky and muggy.
You know you do, Lucky.
What? What? No, man. No,
You
man.
know you love them 90-degree dew points.
Absolutely not. Oh man.
Ben, why didn't you tell me? Ben was at Bristol? Bro, I would have got tickets and met up with you. What the heck? I would have drove that. That's like 2.5, borderline 3 hours from my house. I mean, I went there. I went right through Bristol to get to Taldagues a year ago. But yeah, that
Oh wow.
Bristol. I don't think that was a great race, right?
Oh yeah. So Ben saw Brad get a penalty.
Yeah, Bristol was. I don't remember much from Bristol. What was that crazy cup race, Lucky?
Which one?
I'm trying to. Oh no, it wasn't crazy. It was actually the most boring one. Wasn't that this weekend? Where were they at? Until like
What?
the
What?
until we got that
Last lap?
overtime.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was like Kansas. Where
Kansas.
Ray?
Ah,
No, no. I've been seeing
it's
people on Twitter say that.
garbage.
I've been seeing people on Twitter say that Red's car has to be illegal. Because if you rewatch the whole replay just watch him, that car just oh man. Like I get he had two new tires. Chase Briscoe, mind you, finished third and he had four new tires and
Ben
started like four
Ben
spots.
did see Joe Gibbs' grandson win a race, his first race in Cup Series.
You
That
did see
is
that.
generational right there, Ben. Even though he's not a very well liked guy, Ty Gibbs, he definitely deserved that race. He drove awesome at Bristol.
Nah, bro, Brad deserved it for real.
If he deserved it, he wouldn't have got a speeding penalty. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Hey bro, you better watch that mouth, yo. I'll talk about actually, yo, actually, no, yo. TRG, I'm about to do my daily look at who has the best odds of winning this weekend. All right.
Just don't say exactly what you're gonna be doing there, because I don't know if YouTube actually allows
No,
that.
no, 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 no. I'm not. Guys, let's just see who has the best odds of winning. Anyone want to take any guesses?
Man, ain't nobody know no NASCAR drivers in here, except for maybe Ben now. I didn't know Ben liked NASCAR. I thought he was basketball.
Oh wow,
I
you ain't gonna believe it.
forgot the NFL draft was today.
Oh yeah, that dude from what's the place Alabama I think. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The dude from there, the Fernando dude, the Mendoza dude. You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
Anyways, he went number one pick.
Hmm.
You want to take a guess on who has the caution Hocevar? Yeah, you're funny.
Let's see. It's Talladega.
Yep.
It's anyone's game, but
Yeah, no, it's all close. I'll tell you that. But just who you
Denny.
think has? He is
Denny's okay.
seventh,
Yeah.
seventh best odds,
Oh, Reddick.
sixth best odds,
What? Joey?
second best odds.
Oh, got a good one. I got a good one. I got a good one. Shoot, who'd be better than Joey? Give me a hint.
It's easy, bro. You're gonna guess it. Just start guessing.
Do I
for me,
like
yo.
him?
I mean I can't
Blaney.
say that. Yep.
Yeah.
All right, who thinks third? This one
Love
might
Blaney,
shock you.
bro. Love Blaney.
This one, who you think's
Gibbs?
no, think outside the box.
Man, I don't know. Just the Brad. Just tell me.
Nah. It starts with a B though.
Busher?
No?
No way. It's Kyle Busch.
Nope.
Oh, thank goodness.
Absolutely not.
First name start with a B?
Yeah.
So not Josh Berry. Man, I don't know. Just tell me. I'm tired. I've been through a long day.
All right, fine. It's Booba Wayless.
Bubba Wallace.
Booba Wayless.
This dude and his nicknames.
All right, who do you think is
Get out of here, bro. I could talk about this in 20
ninth,
minutes.
ninth best? The,
Kyle Busch was
the,
atrocious at Bristol.
oh yeah, no
Uh,
facts. He sucks. Who do you think has a ninth best? No,
my least
specific number.
favorite math is probably trigonometry. Maybe geometry's right there, but probably
No, that
trigonometry.
pre-calc.
I liked
Yep.
calculus. Algebra was one of my
I,
favorite. I loved
I
algebra.
hated algebra.
I
Hated
agree.
it.
Like algebra is peak. Algebra is
Hated
peak.
algebra.
Well, that's because you dumb. Well, what?
All right, bro. Who do we think has the ninth best odds of winning?
You.
But I wish, yo, yo, Chad. Doesn't NASCAR need to give me a ride, yo? They need to give me a car.
Don't give this man
I'll
a
go there.
car. Don't give this man a car. This dude
Oh,
hits flying trash cans for a living.
no, I don't. Yo, what? What? See, now you're lying on my name, yo.
No, he would actually wreck. I'm not kidding. Don't give that man a NASCAR.
No, I would not. Yo, I've won many races on iRacing.
And he's wrecked a lot more than he's won.
Okay, rephrase that. I get wrecked. I don't wreck myself.
Buddy, like the last 6 races straight, you've simply gotten loose because of a skill issue and wrecked.
No, because of tire wear, bud. But that's not the point.
Skill issue. Skill issue. It's tire wear. Something you're gonna have to deal with anyways, bro. Skill issue.
Oh, don't worry. The
I'm
real car
taking
is gonna.
math all 4 years. Are you gonna go into meteorology, Catman? Are you majoring in meteorology for college? Is that your plan? I'm I'm still thinking of it, but I really don't want to deal with the math, bro. I don't want to deal with the math. I've seen some of their trigonometry before. I'm like, I'm out, bro. I'm out. It ain't worth. Loki ain't worth. And calculus too. Ooh. Plan on going to OU? Oh, heck yeah. Catman working for the SPC in 8 years. Watch.
Right. I'm gonna be looking at the SBC, and it's gonna.
We about to get a better than Broyles forecaster in that. Watch.
I'm gonna be like, yep, that's Catman right there. Yep, he just made that forecast. Now, I will say, Catman, if you do make a forecast and you have me in any sort of risk other than a marginal,
You're gonna be fired.
I'm gonna call you straight up. I'm gonna be like, hey, yo, you better try again. Try again.
Yeah,
I
we got
will not accept
gonna
it.
have to get a bunch of info from Catman so we could say we know him directly. You know, we know him directly 8 years before he
Right,
becomes a forecaster.
right. I'm gonna need bro's contact info like right now. Say bro's famous. Let me come get a picture, yo.
Either that or he's gonna work for Norman, Oklahoma. I don't know.
Like
It
that would be
depends because Catman. Some people like to be in the field more. Personally, I'm split. I kind of like desk job. Like I would like to be SPC or NWS if I had the guts to go for 4 to 8 years in a major. I'm gonna exclude you and TRG. Perfect. That's
perfect.
perfect. Any type of risk in the Mid Atlantic, just that the little address over in my area and the address over in Lucky's area, just the smallest little general thunderstorm risk or no risk right over that house.
Yeah, and don't worry. Yeah, I'll send you my address later on down the line. You know, whenever you start making forecasts, so you know where to avoid.
Brooklyn, I have no idea. I've been researching that myself. Your best bet is to actually start in social media to try to try to be a chaser on like social media, and that is not easy and takes a lot of brains and a lot of commitment and time away from family and a lot of luck too. It's just not
It,
easy.
it takes yeah, exactly what you said. It takes a lot of
I don't know
like
any fields in meteorology that you could go in without a meteorology degree, you know? Like every field, that's like saying, can I get into engineering without an engineering degree? You're just gonna have to go for meteorology if you want a degree in meteorology and want to actually work properly in meteorology. Don't even have my license yet. One step at a time. You'll get there. You'll get there. Plus, Brooklyn, Catman, you guys already have a head start. You live in Oklahoma. One of the best National
Yeah,
Weather Services ever literally is stationed in Oklahoma. The freaking Storm Prediction Center is stationed in Oklahoma. Tornado
yeah.
Alley is stationed in Oklahoma.
Now I
as,
will say this.
as we just saw today.
I will say this. I mean, although y'all do live in Oklahoma, so it's a bit different. But I was speaking from personal experience. Storm chasing itself, yes. What Tierney says, definitely time away from family, luck, and honestly, it's just
Yeah, and the biggest thing is
it can be
you
draining.
can vary and you can even get lucky and still get a bunch of tornadoes. I know some people who get tornadoes and they barely have a following. And they get tornadoes frequently. So, if you're a good chaser, that doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna be getting rich off of social media. And even then you're still gonna be just barely living.
Yeah,
Reed Timmer, bro lives in the Dominator, pretty sure. No, I know he actually owns a house, but it's just the only time you ever see him is in the Dominator. Live in Tennessee. Tennessee's a good state, especially if you go, western Tennessee, north of Memphis. Better. North Carolina, Virginia, low key, top two worst states to storm chase in. Gotta be.
yep,
And
facts.
if you disclude the West, because let's be honest, the worst state in ever has got to be Nevada. When's the last time you've heard of Nevada doing something? Or Utah? I've
Bro,
heard
no,
about some stuff in Utah, but Nevada, the only thing I hear about is an occasional severe and wildfire out there.
yep, and hot weather,
Yep. Nevada got to be the most dead
and
state
unless and
for
whatever
weather.
whatever happens in Vegas, that's what I hear about Nevada. If anything major happens in Vegas, that's I'll hear about it. That's the only thing I hear about Nevada.
Yeah, not even related to weather. Let's see here. Anything else we got to mention? Oh, look at that. StormNet just increased drastically for Monday. Much larger risk area on StormNet. Monday's looking pretty big for St. Louis, I'm not going to lie. Definitely got the little gut feeling on that one. Same kind of feeling I got on March 14th. Not saying it's going to be a repeat. Hold off. Not saying it's a repeat of March 14th, but have that same feeling I had on March 14th. The HRRR had so many supercells around St. Louis on that day. That was horrifically scary and a terrible, terrible day for St. Louis. Yeah, Sunday, I wouldn't say dead, but definitely not nearly as potent. I think the main risk on Sunday is actually going to be less of Oklahoma and more of Missouri, Kansas. To be honest with you. Haven't had anything decent in Tennessee this year, it feels like. Oh, no, it doesn't feel like. You definitely haven't. You had that random marginal risk that brought a line of severe storms through your area about a week ago. But no, Tennessee has been very inactive. We've had that death ridge set up over the southeastern U.S. If you look here, I'll show you. Let me see. We're going to go to NSSL. We're going to go to monitoring severe weather maps. Past 60 days of severe, actually maybe 30 days? Yeah, past 30 days of severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's see. Look at that. Look at that. You had that line that pushed through Tennessee and Kentucky, and you could clearly see you had a death ridge over here. Everything was focused on the ridge. Isn't that awesome how weather works like that, dude? Isn't that just crazy? Like, look at that. Clear hotspot because of that death ridge. You had a few storms sneak through it, only a very few days. But there you go. Almost 2,000 severe thunderstorm warnings in the last 30 days, by the way. Golly. That is absurd. There's your tornado warnings, too. And you could see very obviously where that main ridge set up. And then look at Cali over here. California over here out of nowhere. Yeah, glad I muted Lucky because he's actively playing copyrighted music. I could hear it literally word for word. If I wasn't on stream, I could tell you exactly what song that was. Oh man. Here, I'll message you. Wait, was it? Now I forgot. Now I forgot because you actually asked me on the spot. I think it was by this dude, but now I forgot. Okay, I know what it is then. Bruh. Yeah, here's the anomaly, by the way, for the past 30 days. Very well below average. Very well below average because of that death ridge, and then very above average up here. I heard it. I heard it. No promises I'll be able to hear that. No, I don't hear a thing. I hear the last 90 days of severe weather here. Let me see. What do I want to use? Let's do warnings. Dang. Yeah, there's your anomaly. The last 90 days. Somehow, I snuck into above average. Probably because of that little line that pushed through across Winston in the morning hours of March 16th. But you could see not as bad of a death ridge being not obvious here, but you could still see like Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, you guys all in that hot spot for below average activity. You just have Wisconsin and Illinois. I swear, Illinois has been above average for like 3 or 4 years. Like, what? Illinois be popping off lately. All right, no more copyrighted stuff, Lucky. I'm going to unmute you because I'm getting ready to wrap up. All right, go ahead and yap on about what you want to yap on. I gave you 5 minutes since I know you like to yap.
Wait, can I do anything? Can I ask like genuine questions? Like they're not weather
As
related.
long as it's not stupid, sure.
It's okay. It's not stupid. It's actually kind of. Anyways, guys, I have a question. Just out of curiosity,
Lord have mercy.
Did anyone watch Coachella for the past weekends? It's just a question. Like,
this dude is obsessed with music, bro.
Like,
yeah, see Rockets. What? Rockets over here. What?
Yes.
Yeah, what's Coachella? Yeah, I'm good on you, chat. I'm glad that you guys are saying no. Good on you.
Kevin, did you see the myth? The myth.
The muted because no channel names.
I wasn't gonna say his name.
Man.
Oh man.
I think everybody's just saying no now.
Yeah, no.
I didn't watch it either. What's Coachella? I don't know what that is.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Just exactly as I thought you would say. I thought you should have just asked, bro. I got you, bro. As soon as you end, I'm gonna show you what it is.
Yeah, totally didn't stay up till 4 a.m. watching one of the sets, but
yeah, that's what I like to hear. Yeah.
Too much EDM.
Not facts. I was there for one person only. I think we all know who.
I mean, if you do channel names, it's against the rules of this channel, but probably won't be banned. But one of the mods ought to get you, or me.
I think you're the only person that can get me.
Definitely not uncultured. I am over-cultured, my guy. I am too saturated with this culture. I've been backing off from the culture. That's for sure. Is it a show? That's wild. That's wild. I've been living in reality, touching grass. Working on myself in 2026. That's why live stream slowed down. That's what I did ever since December last year. Lucky and one of my other friends could vouch for me. Ever since the end of November, beginning of December last year, I've been working more for me, less for staying on computers and electronics. Except for when it comes to, I will say, Lucky's iRacing. I definitely been a little bit more addicted to that.
Yeah, he just likes watching me get absolutely
It's
demolished by other
fun.
people.
It's fun, bro.
Well, I can't confirm that, yo. Like,
It's fun
don't see
watching
this
him get
stuff
wrecked
that
every 5 minutes.
like behind the scenes. This guy does a lot.
Only mess with flowers. Nah, pollen's been too bad out here, bro. We need some rain. I could smell the pollen from here.
I think that's why I'm not feeling good. I think it's just a I think it's allergies mixed with like a sinus infection. That's what I'm thinking.
Yep.
Cause TRG, I feel fine. Like as myself, I feel fine. It's just my body is saying I'm not because it's saying that it's sick, but I feel okay. If that makes sense. I don't know.
Alrighty. That's gonna be it for this stream. I appreciate you guys
All
tuning
right, y'all.
in to 8 hours of coverage split up. But go ahead and say bye, Lucky, quick.
All right, bye, y'all. I will see y'all soon.
How soon?
How soon? I don't know. Only time will tell, right?
Right. All right. I'll talk to you in
Actually,
about 3 minutes.
stay tuned. All right.
Good night.
Good night.
I appreciate you guys for tuning in. Thank you, mods, for mod chat. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I hope everybody who was impacted by tornadoes is all right today. I'll see you guys tomorrow in a live stream at or before 6 p.m. Eastern. Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. See you tomorrow. Goodbye.
See you later, brothers.
Stay safe. Watch the severe weather. Thank you, mods, for mod and chat. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night. Goodbye.
Bye.